Good evening, guys. Good evening, Gil. Good evening, Mark. Good evening, Mike. Good to see you guys again.
Great to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we waited. Yeah, we wait a couple more minutes and let people join. 19 in the house at the moment.
Well, let me be the first to say Happy New Year to you all, and hopefully it can't get any worse, right? So hopefully going into 2026, we're all well prepared and ready for whatever comes our way. So Happy New Year to everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Any worse? It's only been what, 2.5 days. We got 362.5 days to go. Let's see if it gets worse.
So far, so good. We need one of those boards like at the building site. 3 days without a disaster or invasion, you know.
Yeah. Welcome, Diana. Good to see you.
However, it's going to have to be 3 hours or 2 hours or 1 hour.
Welcome, prepared for. Good
this
to
is
see
it.
you.
It's rub off the board. There's been another invasion.
Welcome yesterday, Ortega. Good to see you again. Let's see if there popped in more people. Not at the moment. Frenchy Sandy popped in. Good to see you, ma'am. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. This evening, we'll have an interesting topic, actually. The banks just failed. Now what? And it is a topic suggested by
the bank
Magic Acres.
Oh, sorry. I'm making my lunch here. I'm going to mute out.
Yeah, no problem.
The trash panda is raiding the banks right now.
Okay, let's set the premise. If it was Shadow, are we talking the banks have completely collapsed? Money, nobody's got any access to any money, etc., etc. Are we talking a financial crash where you still got access to money, but it's going to cost you $300 for that loaf of bread? You know,
well, it's kind of both. It's more like, okay, as it happens, like dominoes, you push one domino over and the other 10 million follow eventually. What's going to happen to us, prepping wise or just survival wise, as things slowly or quickly evaporate? What kind of chain of events are going to happen, and where's that going to leave us in terms of, what do I do? How am I going to do it? What do I got? Do I have enough food, water, all the normal stuff? But what kind of things happen when one financial institution absolutely implodes on itself, and how does that affect it, and how does that affect us over the next day, 2, 3, 10 weeks, months, and maybe even into years? But that was more my premise on the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're well prepared, it shouldn't affect you, because the money that was coming in just won't be going out, because nobody's going to be collecting the mortgage, right, if the banks have collapsed. The biggest thing, I think, would be other people, right? Anyone not prepared. That's the biggest threat then, because they're going to get desperate, hungry, frustrated very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's like, where'd my I got to run to the bank, get some cash, or go to the store and buy something. Wait a minute. The bank you use for your debit card is closed. Done. And now you need food. So now, I mean, this can go down a domino. I thought through this last night for like hours. I'm like, holy crap. I mean, one bank collapses. I don't have my debit card to go get food. Well, here's the other half of that. The people that are working at the grocery store, their bank, same bank, they're not going to get paid. Why are they going to show up to work? And even the owners of stores. I mean, I'm going
to throw a monkey wrench at this right now, real quick. Real world experience, 1929, the Great Depression here in the United States.
You might be able to remember then, Gil. We can't.
Oh, yeah, I think I was on my third marriage at that time.
He had just retired his bow and arrow for a musket.
Yeah. So the thing is, what most people don't realize, there were a lot of people out of work. There were a lot of people starving. There was, there were collapses and stuff. However, the stores, the people in the stores were still working. The stores had food. What happened was the financial house of cards fell down, but the
I'm going to throw a spanner at your spanner.
Hollywood people were still throwing parties. The New York Ritzies were still throwing parties. There was a lot of money around, but
cash was still king.
Was screwed over if he was working in one of these companies that was built on this house of cards that collapsed.
But even back then, cash and assets were still king. It wasn't local mom and pop stores now have digital, it's all digital. It's all paying with the card and stuff like that. And if their till goes down, they don't know what they're doing. Back in them days, they could operate the till and they could work it all out manually. You go to any shop assistant in a big chain store now, and it's one of these 23-year-old checkout people and ask them to do a bit of maths, and they're going to explode.
They don't even know how to count your change back. You hand them a $20 bill or whatever. They punch in 20, and then all of a sudden, my total was $19.03. I hand them a 20, and I'm like, and they punch in 20, and I hand them 3 pennies after that, and they're like, they'll give you 97 cents back and then add the 3 pennies back to you and give you a whole pile of change.
Yeah.
Because they don't know they can't math. They just can't mentally math.
Yeah. And that's the problem. The problem is going to be society and the way stores work now. There's places, I don't know what it's like in the States, how bad it's getting in the States, but there's places here in the UK where they just don't take cash. It's high risk if they take cash, so everything's card payment. They don't even have cash on premise,
Yeah, and there's that lies the problem. If the banks are closed, their checkout system may work, but the money you're giving to them, they're not going to get because the banks. So you'll have your credit card machines go down or debit card machines will just fail. Yeah. And now the cashiers are sitting there going like, well, we don't take cash. It's like, well, I guess you better just shut the doors, or how about this? I'm just going to load my card up and walk out the door.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. Looting is going to be rife.
Initially, yeah, it'll be rife. Everything.
Yeah. I agree with that.
What happens if we've been forced onto digital currency?
We're done.
Yeah, cryptocurrency.
we're the same level of screwed, just speed it up double.
Yeah.
I mean, then you got say the people that run the cell phone companies, the towers and stuff like that, the maintenance people. Mm-hmm. They're not going to get paid now, and they know it. After a couple of days, they're like, "Wait a minute, my bank failed. I can't even get money out. How is money going to go in? How am I going to get it? Why am I going to work?" And now cell towers, which I'm just picking little tidbit things here, individual things. Cell towers start going down and not working. Now you got no cell service, and then I can't pay my electric bill. Nobody can because it's all digital. And the power company, the people there are like, well, why am I even coming to work? I'm not going to get paid. So either A, they shut off the entire grid at once, or they just let it stay running and crumble as it happens. And they're not going to come out and fix anything after an ice storm, snowstorm, or the car hits a pole and you can't get gas because your debit card doesn't work. I mean, it's fast. I pulled up a video of I think it was 1,500,000 dominoes in this giant gymnasium. And it starts with just one small one. And it just goes on for 2 minutes, just going click, 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 click. And then it splits into 2, 4, 8, 20 lines. And then it's taking down whole towers of dominoes. And I'm looking at this going, yeah, that's how it's going to happen.
Yeah,
It'll be first and all at once.
We love our firefighters and our emergency responders and stuff like that. And I have full respect for them in every way. But the same thing is, they're not going to be getting paid. And as much as they'll be honourable people, how long are they going to do that without getting any money through? I mean,
they're not. They want to go home to their family and try to protect them.
Look after their own, exactly.
Now, one of the things that happened also back in the 1929, 1930s, the rich people like Rockefeller and the others set up their own banks for their employees.
Mm-hmm.
They had access to money. So they paid their own employees cash, and so they kept their companies going that way. But
hey, Guardian.
Like I said about stores now having to order through the chain, the supply chain stuff and everything else. Farmers markets are going to become the way of the land.
Yeah, but not right away. That's going to take months for that to happen. weeks.
It depends when it happens.
Depends on how it happens.
Yeah.
It depends for me. It depends to me to the environment as well, because if you're in a rural location, a small township with 20 to 100 people in there, that's going to be more likely to see this very quick implementation of bartering, rule of law based on, we're going to look after you even though we're not getting paid. Whereas when it comes to big cities and huge urban environments, it's going to be chaos, right?
Yeah. One of the reasons why I'm out here in the middle of Idaho, where our city is 1/4 mile square, and just about everybody has a garden.
Well, that's just you, so we're not worried about you.
Yeah, but I do have 5 acres across the street that I can set up a tent city on it, like Steve says he's going to do down there in LA.
So I just see things. Everything is connected eventually. Yeah. So as the first domino falls, Chase Manhattan closes their doors, like shut down, and I see that on on a Friday. They're going to be like, "Hey, we're going to be doing some maintenance over the weekend." So they did this in Greece, and you can just read off of their playbook. And we're going to be doing some maintenance on our systems and that, to keep from getting hacked and for security purposes and all that. And then Sunday night, you don't get a notice. Monday morning, the banks aren't open yet. Your ATM doesn't work, and you get, we got hacked over the weekend. And then by Wednesday or Thursday, they're gonna be like, yeah, they took whoever hacked us, got all our money. Well, except for this money that you owe them, but all the money they had available, the positive side, yeah, that's gone. But you still owe us. And that'll be and after that, that's what happened in Greece. I mean, people were piling on the ATMs and said no more than $100. And then they finally shut them down because there was no cash left, because you can only print so much. And the people that deliver that stuff, unless they're getting the internal bank payments to their internal bank account to buy stuff, they're not going to do the job either. They're not going to be delivering anything. Brinks, all them, they're not going to be delivering. Like, screw that, I'm staying home with my kids.
Do you think we'll start to see that reduction and cut off before any sort of collapse? If you look at Russia recently, they've reduced the amount people can take out of ATMs in Russia because of the financial problems and stuff. So do you think we'll see ATMs closing or restricting people to like $100 before any sort of collapse, or on the lead up to it?
Yeah, probably to some extent. You'll see more just like, we had to close this branch because it was not, this building, because it wasn't making money. We had to close these 400 ATMs down because they were costing us too much money and there was not enough usage. So if you want an ATM, you're going to have to drive 80 miles to go to this one.
Well, I mean, that's the UK right now. You're lucky if you've got a bank. Most banks are now nightclubs, pubs, or coffee shops. Right, and you'll see the big old beautiful buildings. You'll still see the Nationwide or NatWest like things etched into the rock, but it'll be like a nightclub or it'll be a pub or something like that.
Yeah,
it's literally so many bank closures in the last 10 years in the UK. It's unreal. I don't even know where my nearest branch is.
There's a lot that closed here, even though they're opening new ones all the time, different names. If you look at every single individual name of a bank, the local, River Spring National Bank or Regional Bank or Community Bank, look into their filings. 5 levels higher, they're owned by Chase or Bank of America or somebody else. They just come up with these little cutesy names to make it think, I'm a community bank. Look at us, we're going to give you better rates. And no, all their money still comes from the same place.
Mm-hmm. And Norfolk UK Prepper has a question actually. So how out of shape do you think the worldwide economies would become for the masses?
If it dominoes out and takes out 90% of the banks, it'd be a stinking mess.
Yeah, and the thing is, is it going to be restricted to one country, or is it going to be worldwide collapse?
Well, that's the thing.
And it depends what the country is backing its currency with, right?
Yeah.
Because if the dollar collapses, many countries are backed by that. If it's a country that's gold backed, it might be different. So,
yeah. one of the things to consider. I mean, I know like here our banks are covered by
FDIC.
FDIC.
Yeah, but only up to $100,000 or 200, whatever it is.
Yeah, but
so if you have more than that or more than two, I looked into that. If you have, say, I had $500,000 to put into CDs and stuff. If I put it all in the same bank and different account numbers, I'm only covered for the first $100,000. The rest of it, they can keep it.
Yeah.
Well, in the event of some sort of collapse.
Well, if it's in different account numbers and different names.
Nope, doesn't matter. I looked into it. No, different names, sure, but if I personally go to one bank and open up 5 CDs for $100,000 each, if something
CDs, CDs are different.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a savings account, checking account. I don't care if I open up accounts, but if they're all in my name, and I read it and I looked into it because my wife had some money she had to move around, and I said, you need to put it in 2 or 3 separate banks, period. Yeah. And she did, and she understood that because she read it too and said, holy shit.
Yeah. That way, if you have an account, your wife has an account in the bank separately, you're each covered there. And if both of you have a joint account, now it's a different entity. That is covered separately.
Yeah. Well, do your own research. None of us are financial advisors.
My wife is. My wife is.
Okay.
Well, that's why we're at 3 different banks.
Yeah. Why? Why don't you just put it in your name, her name, and joint? You're covered in one bank then, right?
Yes.
And why do you have to have the same
thing set up in a different bank? Then we have one account set up for each of our sons and our daughter, with us as the legal, like attorney,
custodian,
power of attorney over it. So that's separate. But probably the best thing to think about now is, like I typed in like the 5th comment in it, in a side chat. So you have to go all the way back to the top, is mitigation versus recovery. You want to take action beforehand to lessen the happening, and that way you're not just scrambling trying to recover. You have things taken care of.
It's doing, like anything, any of the scenarios that we talk about on here, on other channels, stuff like that. It's doing a risk assessment, right? Yep. Because at the end of the day, are you thinking, if you're thinking, oh, this is all going to be back to normal in 6 months' time, 3 months' time, something like that, then it's a hell of a different process that you're going to be following if you think it's complete Teotihuacan kind of thing. It's there's 2 different processes you're going to be following there, and technically 2 different methods of prepping. Because when you talk about people prepping financially, like with precious metals and stuff like that, that's prepping for wealth preservation based on that still having an inherent value.
Yeah.
Because if all Gil has is 1 gold bar and nothing else, no food or anything, and I've got 100 tins of beans, who's richer?
Yeah.
When it depends on the situation, so it's all about running that risk assessment.
Gold, right.
Exactly. Yeah. Or copper for the cheap ones.
Basically, if the banks fail like that, FDIC is worthless. You're going to sit around for years having to prove that you had that money, and probably waste more money in legal fees if they're even around to say, hey, you still owe me $500,000. And they'd be like, yeah, sorry, we don't have records of that. Yep, sorry, we're just closed. I mean, we're done. Have a nice day. Bye. Yeah. You read your bank statement, and that are just the bank clauses and things. You put cash in the bank, they give you access to it, but they own it. And that's, that's its own problem right there.
Yeah. That's why we keep what we keep in the banks is, that's why we have it diversified. We keep the amounts down low, and everything that was extra that we need to keep our credit cards going, and have stuff in the bank to pay property tax and stuff like that, goes to paying down the houses.
Sure.
So I mean, that's the other thing, is you need to figure out your financial situation first. Where are you wasting money? Are you like some friends of ours who go out partying Friday and Saturday night, spending a couple $100 out partying, getting blitzed to the gills, not me, but you know what I mean. And have their credit card bill high where they can't pay it off monthly. They're paying interest on it and stuff because they're only paying. Or you do what my wife and I did after we were married for a couple of years. So we stopped going to the movie theaters because it's way cheaper just to go ahead and buy the DVD, have it ourselves, and project it up on the wall when we had the projector before we got the big TV. Not going out to eat, at Hungry Hunter or Outback Steakhouse. Go to the store and buy the steak for 1/10 the price and cook it exactly the way we want it. No more going out partying and drinking, and things went along. If you do that, you can actually better your situation fairly quickly. Of course, the way inflation's going for everybody around here, you're staving off with your personal collapse. But one of the things to think about is if you own property, how much you pay in interest versus how much interest are you getting in your savings account. If you're getting squat in your savings account, let's say if you're getting 1.5%. and you're paying out 5, 6, 7% interest rate on the house, your better thing to do is take what you would put in savings, put it on the principal extra every month, and then you're making 5% more by paying that down quicker. So,
and if anybody wants more information on financial stuff, go to Gil's channel. Anyway, back to banks collapsing, not financial responsibility. Sorry, Dean. Yeah. I ain't going there. I did not want to do this in terms of this is what you do with your money. You don't have any money now. You have no access to it. I don't care what you did with it.
Right.
I don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't matter now. So
what's new money
fails,
then?
What am I going to do? What's the chef going to do when he starts seeing this?
Go out to his property and plant a big garden and start bartering food for stuff he needs.
Oh, there is that. Because I understand how it's going to transpire if it keeps going. You got to see the signs on the wall. What's going on here? Oh my God, this is really happening. What do I need? What's my next step?
Right, I just put a poll on my channel for a moment, and it got 23 votes. 61% says that looting will start in a matter of hours, and 39% said a matter of days.
Probably within
0% was weeks.
Riots, yeah.
So, but the same question back to you there, Chef. At what point will people start thinking a bit more logically and start looking at barter? Will that be an instant option, or are people going to have to start getting the sense first?
Now, if I lived within 2 blocks of Mike or Gil and I needed something, I knew Mike had it and Mike knew I had something he needed. Yeah, our personal bartering may kick into gear like within the first couple of days. Right. But in general, for public, people who have no clue what's going on, they'll figure it out as they go. It's like, oh my God, I have 10,000 gallons of water stored up or whatever, but I don't have any food. And I heard the guy down the street has a ton of food because he's got a freeze dryer. I wonder if he'll trade. Then the bartering starts, and it's going to be tidbits here and there. It's not going to be setting up a flea market, putting your stuff out, and waiting for people to come over and trade with you. That'll just breed the people looking to raid you. And
that's a big sign.
I think
Barter Town.
Vanessa, Katie put in there, back in there. All banks will not fail because all banks will not fail because the countries controlling them need us working to increase those debt levels.
Yeah, well, once it happens, if it starts to collapse and not like the government, too big to fail. Government, and that happened 2 nights ago. I think they did I forget what they call it, repo. They did a repo loan, the feds, a couple of the banks in the country here, for I forget how much it was. It was like in the tens or just around $100 billion. It's an overnight loan they do. Look it up. Repo does not mean repossession, but it's like an overnight loan. They borrow it so they can cook their books, make it look good, and then they have to pay it back the next day with interest. Yeah. So that already happened once. That's why I brought this up, and then I saw that happen it was Friday night? No, not last night. Wednesday or Thursday night it happened.
Also, just to mention, Gil, on that front, what you mentioned there, some countries' governments and banks are separate entities completely.
Yeah,
Like,
I know that. But
you know, you've got like the Rothschilds that own kind of everything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I know that, but I also know that you're going to see the countries trying to immediately bolster the banks to keep it from trying to do stuff.
Nope.
With what?
No, hang on. My theory, sorry, I hate to throw the conspiracy hat on just for 2 minutes, Mark, sorry. That will be the perfect excuse to go, the only way to fix this is to go digital. That'll be it. That'll be every country's solution, and they'll be like, now we introduce the Brit pound, the Brit pound digital wallet, and you can all get paid in Brit pounds.
Yeah,
and
but
pay
you must
your bills
carry
in
your
Brit
cell
pounds.
phone, and your face must be facial recognition, and yeah, we're back to that again. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that would be the perfect excuse, right? All these financial systems that are backed from other countries' currencies or through precious metals, for them to collapse would be the perfect excuse
agree
for
with
them
you
to,
on
because
that, Mike.
desperate people who right now will say no to digital ID and no to digital currency, if suddenly there's a solution in front of them where they're going to still get paid and be able to buy food, they'll say, yes, okay, fine, we'll take digital currency, off we go.
Yeah, I agree with that partially. That will be the end result, but the governments are still going to start throwing some money at the banks and say, it's not working, we need to go digital, but they'll throw it to keep it from being too bad where rioting will start. They'll try to keep it controllable to go into digital. That's what I think. They'll use it. You're right. They will use it to go digital, currency and everything, but they're going to try to control it. So they'll throw money at it at first and say, it's not working. It's not working. We need to go digital.
Yeah. They'll pretend to throw that money at it.
Yeah.
So, what should people prep for? This is probably the ultimate question, right? Being it's prepping related. How do you prep for this? It just feels like it's one of those, if it happens, we're all doomed. So,
Well, if it goes like you're saying, Mike, which I understand that digital, all that stuff, you need to at least have food, water, and just supplies for yourself for probably a month while the crap sorts itself out. Now, will it be a good way it sorts it out? That remains to be seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see that as a good way. What you brought up, I'm like, that'll breed more rebellion. I'm not taking
more attempted control, more 1984, more George Orwell. Yeah.
So, I mean, have enough stuff where you can get by. Because chances are you ain't getting gas, you're not going to work. There won't be a work depending on what you do for a living. You work at the supermarket? Yep, sorry. We're closed and we're not going to pay you, so you might as well just stay home.
I work in the travel industry. Not many people are going to be booking holidays at that moment.
Now, airlines, all that stuff done.
Yeah.
I mean, the connections are almost infinite. If it continues to go down a bad path and they can't get a digital thing up and running quick enough, it'll just continue to go down. And, the only thing they have left is like their militaries for the country. But, you got 100,000 military people. Are they all going to show up? And how are you going to control 80 million people? You're not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There are more of us than them, so to speak, which is always an interesting tidbit.
Yeah. And that takes it into the, talking about the dominoes. So now you don't have the oil workers working. You don't have the electrical people, people take care of the power lines and stuff. You don't have those taking care of the natural gas. You don't have any truckers moving anything around like gasoline or
food.
Food, any of the stuff moving around. Hospitals.
And they'll stick around for a little bit until the nurses get like, I'm not getting paid. And I'm really sorry. I want to help people. The doctors don't care. But that's a different story.
Yeah.
And because they're not going to make money, they just won't go.
So once those things go, now you're not going down the slippery slope. You've fallen off the cliff, and that's going to be a hard fall.
Yeah, definitely.
Now,
Amish Paradise. I love that comment.
I love that show. The song, yeah.
Sorry, I almost broke into
Weird Al.
Weird Al's song about raise the bar on a Monday. Soon I'll raise another. But Vanessa was mentioning, back early when the comment was, so how many people are really not prepared to protect themselves from rioting? Too many are not prepared to protect themselves. How many are really geared up and trained to protect themselves?
That is a good question.
0.0001% maybe.
How many are ready for the mental reality of having to do it?
0.00000001.
And we think in terms of, how is Mike going to deal with it? How is going to get, individually on ourselves? How are we going to deal with the other people that had no idea or have just no clue that it was going to happen or did happen or what to do? That's going to be bigger than, us knowing, okay, well, I know I can do this, or I can modify my existence appropriately because I understand that. Yeah. 99.99908 people don't. Those are the problems initially. And then it goes sideways in multiple directions. We can speculate on, gangs and things and all the different parts of, whatever you have, a community center type thing you create. That's not going to happen in a week.
Yeah.
But
Scotty's Prepper's comments that just came in. Perfect.
Sadly, it will harden your heart or lose your life. Yeah, indeed. The communities thing's an interesting one, Mark, because there's also the people that are already in them gangs or them communities, like traveling communities in the UK and stuff like that, have a head start on that.
Oh, yeah.
A big head start.
Yeah.
So what do you prep to barter then? I can't grow enough food to barter. With the space I've got, I'd be lucky to grow enough to eat.
What skills do you have? What blue collar skills?
I'm good at talking shit.
Plumber, welder.
He's a lawyer. You're screwed.
So I've
not
been
necessary.
I've been mass stocking batteries, AA's, because you can get them cheap. And for some reason, stocks, obviously around Christmas, when everyone's already bought all the toys, they start to go cheaper. As much as it pains me that I have alcohol with multiple uses, very small bottles, tradable commodities like that. I do have a bit of metal.
I was doing that years ago. I have like these 2-gallon food grade buckets, and every time I go to this liquor store, get a beer or something, I'd be like, let me have 2 bottles of that Jack Daniels. Let me have 2 bottles of that Absolute Vodka. Let me have 2 or 3 bottles of that. Oh, these are on sale. Give me a 12-pack.
Vodka's a great one as well.
Take them home and pack them up because it lasts forever. Yeah. And there's always going to be somebody that either wants it for drinking, and I'm sure you'd be able to trade something from them to get, if they want the alcohol that bad, they'll find stuff for you.
Yeah.
But
excess of medical gear as well. So like, if I can fill your tooth and stop that pain, that's probably a very tradable commodity. And speaking of Amish Paradise, I stock loads and loads of candles. That could probably be a barter item for me at the end of the day because I have more than I could ever need.
Yeah, even lighters as well and matches.
Yeah, Robin's has to Robin. No, a battery in a box separated, not connected to any wires, is basically EMP proof because there's no way for it to do anything. It's just sitting there. And
the other thing is a really good tradable commodity, but is the risky one. It would be a case of you'd have to be set up and secure in the place you are. Is the ability to charge other people's devices. If you've got solar setups and stuff like that, that's a tradable commodity, filling their smartphone that they can't use, but they can still let the kids play on a game. Charging that up fully might be worth 3 cans of beans or, whatever they decide it's worth.
If there's no internet connection, your phones are kind of pointless at that point. Except a game that doesn't require the internet, and there's not too many of them. Everything needs the internet to play. So your kids are going to have board games and cards and learn how to fend for themselves in terms of not rely on electronics for their entertainment.
So you see, there's an app just there, 10,000 offline games.
Oh, there you go.
That
but you have to download it from
There
the
you
cloud.
Yeah. That's because I filmed so much. I needed storage space. But the idea is there, and you've got that, saved sort of thing. But you know what I mean? Whether it's that, whether it's torch, because the amount of people that have their only torches might be these things from Temu that are like USB chargeable. There's no way I can take it apart, put the battery in or stuff like that. So if they bring devices around, you've got the ability to charge it. That's a tradable commodity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coffee, hot chocolate.
You would not. You haven't got enough money or assets to trade me for my coffee.
No,
Cold dead
probably
hands. Yeah, you'd get my whiskey before my coffee.
I'll be right back.
okay,
But the
no
medical
problem,
side of
Bill.
things is definitely a good one. It was Monkey Wrench that said it a while ago. He's from Florida. He was on my channel. And just having anti-diarrhea pills and being able to give one or two of them to somebody will make all the difference in the world to them. Whether that's trading or whether that's just being charitable, it's still a commodity in that way. And they're dirt cheap. They're things you can stock up on from the store.
Welcome, Lisa. Good to see you.
Ice, yeah, that'd be very valuable if you've got the ability to make it, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, I think security and other people is the huge factor, the day one concern for me with this whole situation. And I'm urban, so I'm surrounded by them hungry, desperate people that don't have any food in their kitchens. So,
Yep. I mean, that would be the first, not day one, because people be like, oh, I don't. The first thing they'd be like, okay, I can't get my money. I wanted to go out to eat. And then they realize, okay, I can't buy food because the store is now closed 2 days later. And then they're looking at what they got in the house. And I mean, if the power went out, stuff like that at the same time, that'll be instant mayhem. If the power stays on, the gas stays on, utilities stay going, even with the cell phones and that, yeah, you probably gain an extra 5 days from the start before crap starts to cut loose. But if they can't get their money out or go to work and get paid for their work because they live paycheck to paycheck, they get paid. It's like, hey, I got my check. Yeah, here's a paper check. Oh, where am I going to cash it? Oh, I don't know. But the store's not going to take it in lieu of food. They're not going to cash a check for you. They got no place to go.
Hey, Dior's, good to see you.
It's difficult to gauge as well, because we always had this theory around like complete power outage and stuff and how a collapse would go. And our theory was people wouldn't start looting and fighting over bottles of water till like day 3, 4, 5 kind of thing. And then when it happened in Spain, it was a matter of hours before they were fighting over water and stuff.
Yep.
Hours. It's just so it's hard to gauge how it would go. You just better to be as prepared as possible, so you don't have to even look at that shop in the first couple of weeks at least.
Yeah, just my booze is for me. Yeah.
Hey, Halfwit, good to see you.
The banks are all shut down. It's the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when they don't reopen Monday. That's when you.
You're very welcome, yours. Well, I have one note for this stream that makes the whole thing sensible, okay? Red flags to watch for before a bank fails.
Just anyone look at the UK.
There are often public warning signs, stock price volatility, a sharp sustained drop in the bank's stock price often precedes a run on the bank. Delayed financial reports. If a bank is late filing its quarterly earnings, it's a major red flag. Credit rating downgrades. Keep any eye on reports from Moody's or S&P S&P Global regarding your bank stability.
People are always tying this to the price of gold and stuff. Oh, gold's going through the roof. It means the banks are going to collapse. Silver's going through the roof. It means the banks are going to collapse and stuff like that. I'm not sure how accurate that is.
Certain banks have all their ETFs in silver. They don't actually own the silver. But they bought a ton of paper. And then they go for delivery. It's not there. That's when they lose money really fast because they bought it at a certain price. They shorted it and it went up, but now they're not getting the actual silver. They get the money, but they get less money, and that puts their books in the red, and they freak out. And this has been going on now for a few months, and now it's really China just shut off silver exports unless you have a permit and all that stuff, and they don't exactly. It's like getting a permit to carry a weapon in Boston. You ain't getting it. They say you need a permit. You ain't getting it. Same with China. You ain't getting it. They're not exporting anything, period. So all the banks that have no silver in their vaults, the LBMA is pretty much out. CME is pretty much out. They can't get it. Nobody's going to lend it to them to deliver. And then,
there are demands for more silver than is being dug up for the next 3 years. Already orders in for industrial use, and they can't fill it.
Well, like Samsung just purchased or just contracted with a bunch of silver, and they're not. Everybody's like, "Oh, I'll just dig more silver." It doesn't work like that. If you want to go off on this tangent, silver is a byproduct. There's like 2 actual silver mines where they dig for silver, and you get silver. The rest of them are copper mines and zinc. Silver's a byproduct. Like, oh, look, we got some extra silver here. Throw it in the corner. We'll get to it later. But all the mines that produce the most silver down in Mexico and South America, Samsung already contracted with us. So that stuff's never going to get delivered to the banks. It's going right to the battery manufacturer. Mm-hmm. They already contracted it. They're like, I don't care how much you want for it. Because, if a battery right now, say the type of battery they have, cost $2,000 to put in your vehicle to power it for 900 miles, all the good stuff, and in a year it costs $4,000. They don't care. They're charging $90,000 for the car. That extra couple grand doesn't bother them. It's the fact that they need, 2.2 kilos per battery or whatever, a kilo of silver per battery, and they're slated to make 10 million batteries. Ooh, it's now not the price. It's we need the stuff, and that's what started it. And then the delivery's not happening and all that, and they're not coming for your silver. If I have a bunch of coins in my house, they're not going to pound on my door and say, "Give us your silver." They don't want the little 1 ounce coins. They're looking for the kilo bars and bigger. That's what they contracted with.
Camping Kings, to answer that, I would say it's like betting on a roulette wheel. You drop the ball in, you spin it, and where that ball lands, it all depends on all the physics and stuff. So,
house always wins.
War. It depends on where the money behind the scenes is pulling it at.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of the chat as it goes by here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so the warning signs for me, I feel, I hate to say it, I feel like they're everywhere already. I don't know what it's like in your respective countries, but over here, it feels like the warning signs are already there. But we feel, many people in the UK feel that it's to push us towards that digital ID, digital currency, centralized banking, etc. And that's what it's for more than anything else. But I mean, it doesn't stop the initial, how bad it's getting.
Our banking system here wants a digital Swedish krona, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they want, in the end, to have that as a currency, so no more physical money, only that digital Swedish krona will only be the legit payment.
Some people might think, well, then they don't have to produce the coins, they don't have to produce the notes, so it's a good
No,
idea.
they can just digitally create it out of thin air based on nothing, and there's your hyperinflation instantly.
Yeah, not just that though, but when we talk about what I was on about with like the UK and our communist government at the moment, it's like, oh, sorry, Mike, you've had your meat allowance for this week. You're not spending that money that you just tried to spend at the supermarket on beef. That's you've already hit your allowance, or we've decided you're earning too much money, so we're going to take even more off you, sort of thing. It's just it's that level of control which a centralized digital currency would give to the people in power, which is just scary beyond belief. They could literally. You think they can fine tooth comb you now by card payments? It would be even more, impossible to.
So why do you think they're building so many data centers? It's for AI to help humanity do things. No, it's not. It's to store all your data, everything, everywhere you go, everything you do, everything you buy, cameras everywhere. They already do it in UK.
Mm-hmm.
Mike knows it. That's why he's talking about it. I know because I've been watching that crap.
Yep, we are the most watched nation on CCTV.
Look at some of the movies they came out with back in the 90s and in the 2000s. The guy walking. The criminal in downtown London walking into a bus station, and he ducks down to get away from the camera, but there's 20 other cameras watching him, and they literally just track him. They don't have to chase him on foot. They just watch where he's going on cameras. It's like that. They were showing us that back in the 90s, 2000s, and the 10s.
Yeah. 8 years ago, 6 to 8 years ago, I was working for a company doing AMPR technology, so number plate recognition, and I could track your journey across the entire UK back then. Like turn for turn, almost real time. As you pass a camera, it's coming in straight in front of me with a photo of your car, with a photo of everything, and I could track you across the entire country where you're going. And that was then. Now it's even more so. But yeah, they'll start. It'll come across, and people will enjoy it and welcome it. Though, Mark, that's the problem. When they're walking into a stadium to watch the ball game, and the advert sign is going, "Hey, Mark, you're looking good today. Why don't you go and get a hot dog?" And it's every advert's personalized because it's scanning you as you're coming through. You know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, Gil, do you have two screens open right now? Because we're getting the same echo we had last night until you close something.
The other screen is muted.
Okay.
Testing 1 2.
Oh, now it went away. You just muted it just now.
I still got it slightly, but yeah.
This is what I did last night. 14 quarts of taco soup.
There you go.
There you go.
I'm just making sure I've not got extra screens open here.
I know it's not mine because I can hit mute. I still hear from you guys. Actually, it kind of went away. Yeah, it's gone. Somebody did something. It's gone.
I've just closed everything but the browser, so we'll see. If it was me, I apologize. The horse on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I got my mic muted. It's kind of noisy and distract while I'm driving. I'm like halfway between Plains and Brownfield, Texas.
Nice.
Vanessa says, there is a problem when theft if your money from your banks happen in person by someone you trusted. They impersonate you and end up in a video in Seattle.
Yeah. But hardly anybody goes to banks to impersonate anybody anymore. They hack it online and just transfer it to some foreign account. It's gone. You're never going to get it back.
I see it massively flawed anyway with AI, as advanced as it is now. I have no doubt that I could get enough AI to make an AI version of Shadow that sits on this screen and would answer a call from a banker to prove I am him. It's scary. So it's
yeah, I agree with you, Mike. It's really scary.
Yeah.
Just scrap it all. Let's go back to bartering. Let's just start bartering now. Just fight the power.
Yeah, that's where Brian Keene just brought up in the sense I was thinking about is, when okay, people don't have food. Okay, yeah, the banks are closed, and the local government, federal government lines up. Well, we have your food here. Who are you? And there's your retina scans and whatever they're doing to keep track of you and how much food you got and calories, and now they know who you are. They know where you live, and then the AI data banks that hold trillions of teraflops of data will search you out and realize, oh crap, this guy's been stockpiling food for 20 years and he bought a freeze dryer. I wonder why. Why is he here? He has his own food, but you kind of want to fit in and make it look like you're no different than everybody else, but you kind of don't. So that's another conundrum you'll have.
They're like say in the UK at the moment, job losses are coming thick and fast. Different industries closing down and stuff like that. And they're making benefits more appealing to some people. And that's the only thing they're invested in. But guess what? To claim them benefits, you'll have to have said digital ID.
Yep.
Time to emigrate.
And Vanessa's talking about firearms again.
All I can say is plan now as if it is going to happen sooner rather than later.
That's kind of my theory.
Don't have a knee-jerk reaction. Plan it out calmly, safely, and start working on it. Don't say, "Oh, I'll get it. I'll work on it next week, or I'll work on it next month." No. Start the planning now.
Yeah,
the more money you can save.
If you're prepping correctly, whether it's a total blackout, whether it's a power cut, whether it's AI taking over, whether it's financial collapse or anything like that, if you're prepping correctly, you should already be on the track for all of these things. So as long as you're prepping sensibly, correctly, with the stuff you need to live, to survive, that's the whole point.
Yeah, like Gil said, you don't want a knee-jerk reaction. You just want to have to shift your routine. That is all.
But don't,
and if you figure you can shift your routine and not like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And you freak out, well, that's a knee-jerk reaction coming.
Yeah.
But if it's like, okay, that crap happened. Yeah, I kind of saw that coming, sort of. So, well, let me just shift my reality over here now.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to keep an eye on my neighbors and stuff to make sure, dumb stuff doesn't start to happen. And you have to modify as you go and be fluid. If you can't be fluid, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And even if this is like, because people have something usually they're prepping for, despite prepping being like across the board, some people are like, I prep for this. We've all seen it on the Doomsday Prepper shows. If you're prepping for a financial collapse, don't start prepping things like, oh, I'm prepping these to barter with, but then not having water and water filters and food and cans. This is the very, 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 very last thing you should be preparing after you've got your family sorted with everything else.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't go running right out and buy. Like I said, I have two 2-gallon food grade buckets with the lid sealed on it, packed with little liquor bottles. I don't even remember what's in there. I really don't care. I just know they're there. But I would do it slowly over time, and I knew that was just for barter and or trade, or some of them are high end alcohol where you can use it for sterilization or sanitation or whatever you want. Wounds and cuts. I don't think I'll be dumping a bottle of Jack Daniels on an open cut, but hey, if it works, I'll do it.
One for the
well,
cuts,
it's
one for the
that's what John Wayne does. He just pours that whiskey on there and
and takes a swig and knocks himself out and pull the tooth. Yep, that's it.
Yeah. I can't wait to see all the people getting medical advice from the Rambo movies they watched when stuff happens.
Yeah, needle and thread that's been riding around the handle of my knife for 5 years. That's disgusting. And I'm going to stitch myself up with that right now.
Don't forget to empty the shell out first and burn the black powder.
Yeah, you got to light that to cauterize the wound. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
Hollywood's going to make it so much easier to survive after all these people have suffered from Darwinism.
Yeah, I see Camping King's question. I'm like, I'm not really here to talk about that. It's why do they do it? Who the hell knows? There's more going on than what they tell us. So.
Why do you think regular citizens would know this?
Yeah.
Whiskey was cheap back then. My tastes have gotten pretty spendy. Just do what I do. Stop drinking, but don't tell any of your family. And every birthday and Christmas, it's like, that's more bottles for the prep cupboard.
Oh, yeah. My old boss still sends me a bottle of something every Christmas. I'm not going to tell him I don't drink it anymore, but it just gets packed in a box with the rest of them, and it'll never go bad.
And let's be fair. I'm prepping for the also eventuality. I live right next to a city centre. If suddenly there is burning hot cigar tubes coming through the sky towards me, the only way this whiskey's getting prepped is down my neck for the next 20 to 30 minutes, just so I can go out asleep.
Enjoy the apocalypse while you can.
Yeah.
Woody Harrelson style on the edge of Yellowstone. That's going to be me.
Well, but prepping is not all about water, food, water filters, and medical supplies. It's about adapting.
Yeah. Your mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I can go out and buy every bug out bag, have every piece of food, buy a warehouse, store it all in. But if I finally have to use it, am I going to know what to do with most of it? Am I going to have to react and not knee jerk? Yeah, I will, but there's a lot that don't.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I hope to know that I will be able to handle it. It all depends on what happens. Bank failure? Yeah, I can probably muddle through that because I can sort of see the writing on the walls and see how things can progressively go downhill and understand that, no, honey, you're not going to work today because A, you're not going to get paid. B, they're not going to fire you. And C, hardly anybody else showed up. The only people showing up are hurt. And there's no security there because they stayed the heck home. So, no, and I'm not coming to run security there and leave the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vanessa says, stock up on whole leaf tobacco.
Tobacco. Yeah.
I can't do it. I haven't got the discipline. As an ex-smoker, I have the discipline. The end is nigh.
The end is nigh. Yeah.
But
ferocious. No.
What's that? Hold those old porno mags.
Porno mags.
No.
Whatever.
Needs musts. No, I mean,
how am I going to play my beta? How am I going to play my old beta tapes?
Yeah.
Dave says vices can be key for bartering.
Yeah, other people's vices.
Yes, they can be, but they also would inherently, you'd have to be in a very secure situation to invite that kind of clientele to come and barter with you. Because as soon as you're advertising, you've got things like, I've got a massive hoard of tobacco. I've got a massive hoard of Mayfair magazines from the 60s, if you are ferocious, But whatever you've got, it's still inviting people to want to take without bartering. So they've got to be in a secure situation. I would definitely say your first priority is only bartering with your already known network. Like Mark said, if I live down the road from him, we know each other, we could do that sort of thing. What were you said about Mark before? You don't want a big neon sign saying Barter Town, right?
Yeah. Yeah, come here. I got what you need. Just bring me something I want. Wait, if you have everything that you need, why are you giving it away and what are you looking for?
That's just FUBAR.
FUBAR, yeah.
Oh, yeah. FUBAR.
Beta my old VCR dried up long ago.
Meds are out of production. Yeah, well, you better learn what nature can do. And
this is my 2026 stepping stone as well. It's pointless just keep buying more and more stuff. It's going to be skill sets and it's going to be growing, because that's the one thing that's going to help you when you have to adapt to that situation. Yeah. So I've just got a knife set for actually butchering and stuff, and I've just bought different cuts of meat and stuff like that to start to practice stuff, that I don't know how to do. I've done it on a basic level with like squirrel size food. But I'd like to learn a lot more and stuff like that. So I think skills is going to be a great one, not only to barter with other people, but it's just a commodity that it can never be taken from you.
Yeah.
I'm still getting that echo. I don't know if it's me.
Yeah, I was hearing it too. What'd you do, Mike?
I didn't do nothing, man.
It's Kaylin. It's all her fault. She always apologizes for us having technical problems.
Mike, I've got an echo. If I mute, see if it goes.
I don't have an echo now. It's all you, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not hearing an echo.
Me neither. I wasn't hearing an echo before.
So,
all right, here you go. I set it up. Bartertown.
There it is.
Right, I don't know why I'm echoing then if it's me. I'll try and mute in between talking.
It's not too hateful, not like it was last night on Gil's channel. That was brutal for a short time. We figured that out though. He had like 8 windows open at the same time.
No, when I opened up the one so I could you guys could hear what was on the other screen.
Oh, that was it.
That locked an open thing up for some stupid reason. Even though I closed that, it was still on a stupid loop. It's StreamYard. They haven't figured that one out yet.
Sorry, that little echo was my cell phone
probably
turning
sooner
on.
or later.
Where's the other one here? Yeah, it's going to be banks closing down is going to be more interesting than most people think. Things are going to happen that people are going to go, I'd never thought of that.
It depends on if it's a bank system in one country that will be affected or globally. So if the whole banking system in US go down, would the rest of the world be affected? Because
the rest of the world would be affected a lot more than if just the UK system went down. Although obviously there's a lot of things backed by the pound as well. The US dollar is backing a lot of the world. So if that went down, then the knock-on effects are going to be dramatic and quick.
Yeah, definitely. And that will probably take years before that banking system is back online again.
From a government perspective, Gil or Mark from the States, if the dollar went that way, how do they get out of it? How do they recover themselves as a government?
That's the $1 million question that worth nothing. Nobody knows. I
would say you're going to see a big change in the way, even more so in the way the United States deals with other countries.
Yeah. The only way, the Federal Reserve is neither federal nor is it a reserve. They're just a printer.
They're a private entity
yep. So,
owned by the rich.
Right. We borrow. There's no money to be had anywhere. It's the beginning of money. We need something to live by. So I borrow $100 and they say, okay, here's $100. You can owe me $105 back within a month. Well, where does that next $5 come from? I have to borrow that too, or somebody has to borrow. So it's just nothing but a borrowing scheme because of the interest. Period. Now, if they turn around and decide to revalue the gold in Fort Knox, if there's any there, to its current value, because it is valued at the value of, I think it's like $40 an ounce or 42 an ounce. That's what it's valued at on the books. If they revalue that, they could base the dollar on gold instantly, or at least.
I'm ready.
Yeah, you're ready with a bunch of paper you can cook. You got your pressure canner. You can use money to burn, just like they did in Venezuela.
Yeah.
Their money was worth more turned into arts and crafts than it was the actual paper itself.
I was actually looking last night while my pressure canner was coming up to pressure and everything was going on. I went on to Craigslist just to see who's selling all-American pressure canners. I found a couple of 15-quart ones, a 10-quart one, and some 21-quart ones. Unfortunately, I didn't find a 30-quart one.
Yeah, well, right now is not the seed. People are still using them.
Yeah.
But when the people that bought it thinking this is the greatest thing ever, now they're scared to death of it. They'll sit in the corner somewhere, either give it away or they'll wait until the season kicks back in. They'll chuck it on eBay and try, or sit whatever Craigslist, try to get what they paid for it. That'll never happen. But
Yeah.
they're going to go for a chunk of change. 8 years ago when I was buying them, I mean, I was picking up the 20-quart one for like $30. It was dirty and ugly, but it was solid aluminum and held a seal. I just had to clean it and put a new gauge on it. So that's why I got a whole bunch of All-Americans now, not the gaskets, because I don't trust gaskets ever.
Yeah.
But back to the bank thing.
Yeah.
You could barter your canned goods if you want, but bring my jars back, and that's your deposit is the jar.
Yeah. Or bring me some jars, and then you can get this. Bring me some jars first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, what channel is PAEMT on? I've looked at all 3 channels. I can't find him anywhere except on the.
He's on the Shadows.
He's on Shadows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on Shadows, he's the 3rd comment up from the
Yeah.
bottom.
No, I see it. I see it on the StreamYard screen. I just can't tell who's who and where they're at.
That's why I have multiple screens so I can see. Are they on Shadows? Are they on mine? Are they?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And if they're not on Shadows, they're not on mine. They got to be Mike's.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I apologize for mine.
And one of the things, like Mark said about, I got a lot of cash here. It's like, but you see, if that was all bags of coins, be much better off than bundles of bills.
Yeah.
No, I taught my kids that a long time ago. I gave them a $1 bill and the $1 whatever Susan B. Anthony coin or Sacagawea gold coin, dollar coin. And I asked them, this is back when they were like 12, 13 years old. I was like, what's the difference between these two? And they look at me, they're like, well, one's paper, one is metal. I was like, no. I said, the one that's metal is actual currency. Now, the actual value of the metal is its own problem, but the paper says it's a promise that it's worth something. Yeah. That's all it is.
Yeah.
We spend money based on the faith that it's worth something, and they're printing it, $1 trillion every 100 days. Well, what do you think inflation is? Because the price didn't go up. Inflation is because your value, your dollar is worthless. And look at Zimbabwe. You can go on eBay and buy a $1 trillion Zimbabwe note, $1 trillion for like $2, $5.
Hang on. I'm going to say something. Like I said, I think it was less than 10% of the U.S. U.S. currency is actually in paper. Like most of it's electronic.
Yeah, it's all digital.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Does it still say? Does it say on the American money, the United States money? Does it say "I promise"? Because on the British money, it says "I promise to pay the bearer of this note the sum of."
It's similar to that.
Very tiny print. But
it says this tender is good for all debts, public and private, or something along those lines.
Here's what it says. It says this note is legal tender for all debts. For all debts, public and private. And you get when people say, "Oh, we don't accept cash here," but federal law, you have to accept cash.
Yeah, we're having that debate in many places.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say back during COVID when they were, a lot of these stores were refusing to take cash. Oh, we only take card. I'm sorry, but you can't do that.
The problem is, as a private any sort of private retail, they have the right to refuse anyone anyway for whatever reason they see fit. That the right to refusal is one thing, the right to refuse to serve people. So I don't know if that's the same in the States, But that's the way they get away with it here. You turn around and say, well, you have to take my cash. You have to. It's the law. They could also turn around and say, well, I don't have to serve you at all. That's also the law.
That's the same over here. I mean, they reserve the right to not serve you if so fit. You come walking into a restaurant, because that's the issue with restaurants. Grab and dash or dine and dash, is they come in looking all crappy, whatever, looking good, and they sit down, order all kinds of stuff, and one guy says, "Oh, I'm going to run to the bathroom quick." And then the wife is like, "Oh, okay." And then he goes to the bathroom, and then she just gets up and leaves, and he turns around, goes out the back door. They don't pay their bill. So that's why, diners, in restaurants and that, you pay after you eat, but that's its own problem. But nobody's going to want to pay before you eat. So that's its own problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except at McDonald's, you got to pay McDonald's before. Fast food, you got to pay first.
Well, they may do things like run your credit card, not bill it, but put a hold on it for, $100 or $150. And then when you pay your bill, they back out the difference, and then they only bill you for $87.18.
No,
the debit cards, if you use the debit card at gas pump, diesel pump, they put like $150 hold on it for like 48 hours.
Yeah, that's what they do here as well. If the pay at pump things, it's like a £99. We hold this, and then they take the money and the EV charging was even worse because it wasn't even a hold. It was literally they charged you £45. You charged your car, and then they refunded you the difference. That
takes 7 to 10 business days to refund you, which always cracks me up. Yeah. You buy something, they take your money instantly, but you turn around 10 seconds later and say, "Oh crap, it's the wrong color. I want my money back." Well, how'd you pay with it? Credit card. Well, we run your card. It'll take 7 to 10 business days to give your money back.
Yep. Same with that. Same with everything. We have like the government departments over here, the council tax.
Yeah, if you use a debit card, they'll give you cash back. And I've done that a couple times where I needed to bring something back, and they're like, "What'd you use?" And they pull up my receipt, or I bring the receipt and says, "Oh, debit card." Okay. They're like, "Do you want us to credit the debit card?" I'm like, "No, that'll take 7 to 10 days. I'll just take cash." So it's like a cash withdrawal without paying the fees, which is its own little scam there. But anyway,
the way our local councils can take money off you no matter which form you want to, however you want to pay them, they can take it off you instantly.
Right.
If you've overpaid them, like I did once, and they had 2 months worth of money for 1 month, to get that back took about 3 weeks.
Yeah, by the time you got it back, you had to pay it again. So you should have just let them keep it and run it as a credit. You just didn't get interest on it. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
But they get it. That's why they do it.
Yeah.
Like when I transfer money from one account to another in the same bank on an app, I pay a credit card payment or the whole thing off from my debit account. That money's gone out of my debit account, but it doesn't credit the credit card for another 24 hours, even though I did it just now. And that's because they want to continue to rack up even that micro penny of interest, over the course of 10 million customers. That's a fair amount of money that for waiting 24 hours to make your payment. So
maybe that will stand us in good stead when everything collapses with the banks, because with that used to waiting that long for a refund, they can go, "Don't worry, it'll all be back up in 10 to 14 business days. You guys will be okay."
And then it's not. And then we're all standing.
Hey, I wanted to bring something up real quick. Since we're briefly on that topic. I was saying that, okay, banking holiday, banks are all closed, your money's worth nothing, but hey, your debt still exists. Well, the other fear too of mine is not only do the debts still exist, but then they go to reintroduce whatever the new means of trade is, the new means of accepted currency is. Now, they've revalued my debt, so now it's worth 10 times as much as what it was, because some new interest they're going to have to charge after reissuing new currency. That's one of my fears.
Yeah, revalue your debt that you owe them, but never give you your other money back and revalue that. That's yeah. And then
that's what I'm saying. A one-way street. That's the thing that has me concerned.
Yeah, it will be, because they don't want to give you what they took from you to begin with. They're not going to give it back to you. They just want what's owed to them now, which is, the 20% you still owe on your house. They'll just come take the house. Now, who's going to take the house if all the banks are down? The guy that's doing the repo stuff, they'll do it on paper, but they're not going to send somebody to your house to evict you. They'll just let you stay there. And then if everything comes back up, they'll be like, oh, yeah, we own your house now because you couldn't make a payment. You could fight them for, $1 million of lawyer fees and still never get it back. Or I got my house back. Yeah, I spent $1 million in lawyer fees and I owed $100,000 on the house.
That goes back to one thing I was saying in the beginning. Stop wasting your money on stuff you really don't need to be doing. And if you're buying a house, put every extra you can into that house so you get it bought free and clear sooner.
Right. Well, there's two schools of thought on that, Gil. The other one is, as the currency, if the banks don't collapse, which they probably will sooner or later, but if they don't collapse, they can't just change the dollars you owe. They can't change the interest rates because you locked it in, hopefully, for 20, 30 years. So the money you owe, say I owe them $100,000 6 months ago. And now I can't buy, I could buy a Happy Meal for $10. Now it's cost me $20 for a Happy Meal. I still only owe them $98,000 or whatever. So they're losing money just by the simple fact you don't pay it off. If you pay it off, they got all their money. They're happy at that moment. But if you don't pay it off, yeah, they're miserable because they know they are losing value every day because you didn't pay it off. So you're better off using your money for whatever you can if you owe a fair amount. In that respect, yes, you don't own it. I'm not talking about the bank failure and they come get your house. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah.
And I had this discussion with my wife and my accountant the other day, and he's like, yeah, absolutely. He's like, yeah, don't pay your house off. We thought about it. He's like, don't. And he explained it, and then I re-explained it back. He's like, exactly. He's like, as your dollar value is tanking, you're not owing more value on it's just for them, it's just a number.
Yeah, that's what we did. All right. When we refinanced the house to a 15-year mortgage, we got like a 2.25 interest on it, and our savings account was still making 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
We kept putting money into the savings account until the interest on the savings account tanked below what we were doing on the house, and then we took all that money, just put it on the house, and and we wound up paying off the house in 13 years, free and clear. Now we're not paying it to anybody, and we have that money for it that we were able to then buy a second house and now a third house.
Right, and there's value in ownership because you own it. I'm just saying, for those who can't do that, and all of a sudden you can barely pay it off, don't just dump all your money into it because you're actually losing any kind of buying power you had. Let's take a loan out against your house, and the interest rates are way up.
Well, the problem is right now with the way the inflation's going up, I'd rather have them, get the house. We'd rather get the house out of debt so we have money to counter future inflation. And that's like, like we paid off the house across the street back in October. This one here, we have like 150,000 left on it. And we're paying everything we were paying on the other house now on this house, plus what we had been paying on the HELOC on the other house, which is now paid off, onto this house. So in 5.5 years, we should have this house totally paid off.
Right. There is value in that because as the dollar goes down, or the value of the dollar goes down, the value of the value of your house doesn't go up, the number goes up.
Yeah.
That's all. So you're literally still breaking even. It just looks like a bigger number now. Wow, my house is now worth $1 million.
I'm not worried about what it looks like. I'm worried about the fact that I own it. I don't have a loan on it. They can't, during the bank's collapse, no one can say, oh, we're foreclosing on you.
Exactly. But
so that's what what we're doing is we're hedging against economic failure of the country or the world. By owning the house outright, we're like, okay, we got it.
I already told my wife, I said, if something starts to look shaky, I said, you're running down to one of your banks there, getting a cashier's check for the payoff amount for this house and run it over to the other bank and pay it off, period. And then we don't have to worry about it. Then you only have like local taxes, but who's going to enforce the local taxes? If the banks are all closed, they can't take your payment. They can't hold you accountable because you didn't pay them. It's like, I couldn't pay it. because I gave you a check, but you couldn't do anything.
You just write a check. You just write a check on your account. Money's in there. You get it from the bank.
No, until the bank's open and they all bounce and they're like, "Oh, sorry, you now owe us a fine," and all this. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So
Well, see, that's why you only write to what you have in the bank, so that way don't
Yeah.
bounce.
Vanessa Kitty has a question, actually. Do you think in those times your owning property matters to anyone?
It will when the recovery happens. And if you have the deed saying, sorry, we own it, you don't, then it will matter.
yeah, that's what Mr. T and Dr. P just said. Banks have banks above them. Yes, they do. There's only like 2 or 3 banks in the world. Everybody is below them. They all borrow money from them, and your repos and all that. That's where they get all the. And if a smaller bank fails, the bigger bank above them absorbs all the debt. Yeah. And all the funds. And that's where they take your money away and say, yep, sorry, we're out of business. Even though that money, that dollar value or whatever went up to another bank, you're never going to find it.
Yeah.
They just pull it in. So back to how are you going to act and react? And if it starts to collapse one little tidbit at a time and then it starts going faster. I mean, that's the biggest, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
We can sit here and discuss finances and for another 3 hours, but that doesn't change how Mike's going to react if something happens, or Shadow's going to react, or Dioris is going to start living in his truck and move out of his apartment or his house and be like, yeah, well, here we are. I got all my stuff with me. Let me go find a place to hunker down for a while until the crap blows over and see what I can do and adapt as you go.
It depends on the, will it depend on the cause of the collapse as well?
Probably. The cause of collapse is going to be devaluation, period. And, banks not being able to make their payments to the bigger banks, and they just get, they foreclose on the little bank and take all the debt with them. And then then they change the rules. Like, well, you owed $110,000 on your house at 3.9% interest. Well, we just absorbed it. We're a new company. So, yeah, you're now paying 18% interest on that. And now your payoff is no longer, over 20 years, you're not paying $1,000 a month. You're paying $2,800 a month. You'll never afford it. You'll lose the house. And then BlackRock wins. Oh, wait, did I say that word? Sorry.
Red flag, YouTube red flag.
Yeah, that's it. It's that Darkstone. That's it, Darkstone. Somebody called it Darkstone once. Yeah.
Oh, Black Star.
Black Star.
I like Darkstone. I like that one.
I assume Vanessa's talking about when she mentioned that if it was total collapse, does ownership matter anymore? It depends. Like that. That's what I meant. Sort of like the scale of the collapse, what's caused it, and stuff like that. Whether it's something that's going to be recovered, like you say, absorbed by other banks, and then more pressures put on you that way, or whether it's a collapse that then devolves into societal collapse, because then your property is your property, right? It's whatever you can stake your claim on and defend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if all the electronic records are gone, power failures, whatever, EMPs and all that, all the electronic records are gone. The only thing you got going for you is you're in it. You can sort of prove you've been there forever, but the cops aren't coming to evict you. It's worrying about somebody else coming to take your crap.
Yeah.
And leave you sitting there lifeless. Yeah. So nobody really cares about ownership then, except for ownership of yourself.
Yeah, that's why they say possession is 9/10 of the law. In that situation, it's going to be 10/10 of the law, because if you're there, you're either getting shifted by force or it's yours. It's simple as that, right?
Yeah, but if I bug out and leave this place to go somewhere else and stay there, and then a year or two later comes back up, and I try to come back and be like, I got somebody else living here, or it's just burned to the ground.
Mike, what are you doing in my house? How did you even get here?
I knew there was a freeze dryer around here somewhere.
Can you freeze dry my food?
I got my little robo came all the way across the pond here just to take the chef's freeze dryer and use it.
and those 13 pressure canners.
Yeah, no, those are going with me. Well, if I know Mike's coming, I'll leave him one in some jars he can play. You're on
the,
your own for propane. You're on your own
the
for
big
propane
question-
stove and things to put in your jars, though.
The big question would be if the bank collapses, banking system collapses, for how long would it take for the banking system to recover? Would it take 3 months, 6 months, year, or
It all depends on how they try to do it. They could try to do it right away, like Mike said, with a digital currency. But that may not fly with 90% of the people. Some would be like, yeah, okay, I'll do whatever. I don't care. I need something. I need to live. I need to go buy food. Those will fall on it. Other ones will be like, no, you're not sticking that tattoo on my forehead. Not happening. But then you're a target eventually because you didn't comply. So that's a whole nother. That's a whole other.
That brings up the movie Demolition Man, where the one guy and the people were living under the city.
Yep.
And coming up to steal food.
That's it. Yeah, live free, but live like that. I was thinking more Idiocracy, where they've got the tattoo on their arm.
Yeah. Same
But
thing.
I think it wouldn't be 10% accepting that. I think push coming to shove. This is how they're going to force digital ID on a lot of the UK. It's like, if you want to change your job, if you want to work, if you want to earn, if anything, they're going to make you have this. So it's going to be the same sort of situation with that. And whereas where we might be prepared to resist for X amount of time or be self-sufficient in our own little communities, the population on a whole are mass panicking masses. We saw it during the jabby cough times, how quickly people will roll over and do as they're told. I think they'll be able to import it straight away. Like digital currency, be like, yep, okay, so now I'm suddenly getting paid in this digital form. That's fine. I can still use that at my local Tesco.
And they revalue things, so now you can go to the store and buy what you need.
Exactly, and people accept it.
Everybody wants to just accept the status quo as the permanent norm, which always cracks me up. One little thing changes. It's not normal. No, it just changed. But they want things to stay the same forever. Like, I don't know, the planet. Oh, the weather changes. Oh, no, we're going to die. No, the weather's been changing forever. But all of a sudden it changes a little bit and you just happen to be here at the time. It's catastrophic and unheard of. And yeah, every other adjective out there.
That's a whole other ball game when it comes to the weather stuff. I mean, the people doing comparisons this year in like summertime in the UK, there was like temperatures of 31, 32 degrees Celsius kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
and
unprecedented.
the maps that they were showing were like bright red and danger and warning signs. And then it compared that with the same weather reports from like the 90s and the early 2000s.
Yeah, it was like
a smiling sunshine saying it's glorious weather. Yeah, it was the same temperature.
A little warm out today. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on the whole climate change thing. But anyhow, hey, I'm just going to give you a quick heads up. My phone is starting to overheat. So if you see me bail out of here, that's because my phone's about ready to die. It doesn't like long live streams, so.
No worries.
Yeah, I don't know how long it would take for banks to come back. That'll happen as it happens. Nobody knows that answer. It could come back quick. It could try quick and then fail and try again and fail. It could do it a bunch of times and fail until something finally clicks.
Yeah.
But we say this, but the same workers we mentioned at the very start who are not going to be going to work are also said bankers, said programmers, said coders, all the people that would be needed to get the new system back on its feet.
Yeah, AI will do it for us because we have all those data centers.
Yeah. There you go.
Now they're all out of a job, and until the power goes out for them too, and then whoops, now you got nothing.
Yeah. The thing, how long it would take, like if every bank were to go down, and the government's immediate throwing cash at it to try to stem the tide, so they can say, we're working on it, we're trying something, see, we're throwing money at it.
Yeah, as your value goes down, that loaf of bread is now $700. They're printing $1 trillion bills. Yeah,
it's going to take at least 6 months, in my opinion, for it to make a recovery. At least, if they're throwing money at it, it ain't working. It's going to be at least 6 months. And if it's after a couple months, it's going to keep going down. You could be looking at years before it turns around, or it's going to take a total blitz out. Okay, we got to start from scratch, guys, which is going to tick a lot of people off.
Well, which is great if everybody is sat idly by as law-abiding citizens waiting for you to fix this, but it's not going to be the case. But welcome to feudalism of the future. That's what we're going to,
Well, Fioxers just said how long, what did he say? I have to scroll back up again. What did he say? I think they have a plan to usher in CBDC and digital ID within days. Well, they probably already have a plan to do that. They're just getting it all sorted out so they know when this happens. We already have something ready to go. They're not stupid. They probably already have it in the plans. I mean, look at technology. I mean, they're showing us things now that they probably had 30, 40 years ago. Technologies and that. They just didn't tell the public about it. They just used it, military or whoever. Same thing. I mean, they already have it ready to go, in my opinion. We just haven't gotten to the point where they needed to implement it yet. They're trying to get everybody on, get 90% of the people on board to this may happen. Therefore, oh, look at that. We knew it was coming, so we already had this ready to go. So here, come pick up your digital ID, get your cell phone out, download the app, and don't lose your phone. And nobody can use your phone because you have to scan your face to use your phone. Yeah, I don't do that on mine. Apple keeps asking me, you need to set up your face scan. I was like, screw you. You're lucky I take the tape off of my camera lens every now and then.
There have been problems with people with doing the digital facial thing, and they go in to verify them, and it's not verifying it for some reason. The angle was wrong when the picture got taken with something, and it's just not working.
Mm-hmm.
There's been numerous of those coming up in the light of problems with it.
Well, it's like the old fingerprint scanner on a computer, which I have one. I don't set it up. I had one a long time ago. You had to run your finger across it like 20 times at different angles to make sure it had a complete fingerprint. So when you ran it over that one-time swipe to log into your computer, it saw which part of your fingerprint it was and knew it was you. So you didn't have to run your finger over 25 times. But don't God help you if you have a Band-Aid on it or have a slash or a cut. It's going to take months for your fingerprint to come back. That's why they say do a second finger just in case. Yeah.
If you're like Mike and burn your fingertips off too often.
Yeah. Or trip going down the stairs and break your finger off completely and have it amputated. Then you have to carry a dead finger.
You mean like this?
Yeah.
I've got permanent scarring on one of my fingers, so like I said, the fingerprint is not the same prior to the scar.
Yeah. That's its own issue.
I mean, it all breeds ridiculous. Did you hear about when the BMW released the fingerprint start on the motorbike, and there was an occurrence of someone's having their thumb removed just so they could take their bike, basically. So it just breeds a different level of criminal.
They've done that in movies, like Mission Impossible type stuff, all that. Yeah, they kill the guy, chop his hand off, and bring his hand with. And stick it on the handprint scanner, and look, it went right in. Yeah, you're dead.
Back to what Gil mentioned, Demolition Man. He uses the eyeball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Or what was it? Avengers, where they took the guy's eye out.
Yeah. AMT says in Venezuela, when the fiat cash tanked, didn't they go with a precious metal payment system? Who determines worth, metal weight, etc.?
Government.
Well, yeah, there's that. So if our banking system tanks and I'm sitting on 100 ounces of silver, what's it worth? Well, it's only worth what somebody wants it for. It's like, yeah, I will take your silver. What do you want? I'd like those 3 loaves of bread. Well, that'll be 2 pieces of silver. Okay. How bad do you want it? What's it worth? So they can't, if the money value system goes away, silver doesn't have a dollar value system anymore.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. I mean, 2 pieces of silver for a loaf of bread, or a day's work for a loaf of bread in the Bible. I mean, it was, your day's work was worth, 2 grams of silver, an ounce of silver or gold, whatever it was they were using for coins. And that was the value. So that's what it would come back to. It would be almost a barter system, but it would still have some kind of value until more and more started doing about the same thing. Then you can't put a dollar value on it because there's no dollars. You just put a value on it.
Yeah.
So 1 ounce of silver in this town will get you 2 loaves of bread and a gallon of raw milk, fresh milk, or a half a gallon of fresh milk. That's what that ounce of silver will get you. In the next town over, it may be 5 ounces of silver because they don't have cows or a baker.
Yeah.
Where does current digital currency sit on this? Because things like Bitcoin are decentralized already.
Yeah, Bitcoin,
they still exist.
I never believed in Bitcoin. It was like, oh, Bitcoin, look at it, it's going up to 100,000. It's worth something in fiat currency, but it's digital. If the power grid goes down, I don't care if you had 1 billion Bitcoins, you got nothing. And who's going to take it? So hold it in your hand, you own it.
I've got a 10 billion pound NFT of a cat shitting a rainbow. I'm rich. No, it's not. Sorry.
You, buddy.
Alicia Otis' mom says, what are your thoughts on Venezuela? Have they been set free? I haven't heard anything, so I don't know, really.
No, they arrested him. They were on this morning talking about it. They arrested Maduro, or whatever his name is, and his wife. They're on their way back to the States, to the Southern District of New York, to stand trial for whatever. And but they already swore in the vice president as president, and she was handpicked by Maduro. But supposedly one of our guys had a talk with her, and she said she's willing to do whatever it takes. Which I don't trust any of them, but I don't even trust our own government for this. There's other reasons behind it. They didn't go in there because it's a narco terrorist. They got oil, they got all kinds of stuff. Hell, Venezuela is like hugely rich in precious metals. Oops, wonder why.
This again, a big rabbit hole we could potentially go down here.
It started as one little hole, and underneath is just this incredible maze that takes up the whole planet with just endless tunnels going everywhere. You could fall down every single one of them and never hit the end.
Yeah, it's the rabbit hole upside down for the Stranger Things fans.
And the news is only going to tell us what they want us to know. And then let you speculate accordingly. But that's it. They don't tell you everything else that's going on because, national security.
It's always national security.
I trust me, my wife, my kids. Well, my kids for the most part. And 1 or 2 really good friends. And maybe a few on here if we live closer.
I trust no one.
Mike just wants my freeze dryer. I know it. That's all he lets me on his show for us because he just wants my freeze. He wants me to ship it to him over there.
You got to wait till the dollar collapses, though. Then I can afford it.
Yeah, right.
I'll send you my piece of American copper for your freeze dryer.
Yeah, 1 ounce of copper. Huh. So apparently, right now, the American nickel is now also worth more in scrap value if you can separate the copper from the not zinc. They got something else in there. But I looked it up last night. The percentage of copper is I think it's like 65% or 60% copper. A weight of a nickel. So a $2 worth of nickels is actually worth like $3.90 in scrap weight. But you need to be able to separate the two. But it's an amalgam, so there's all kinds of fun processes involved in trying to separate those two metals. They're not sandwiched together; they're mixed together. So. But yeah, now nickels are going to be next on the chopping block because it cost 3 cents to make a penny, even though it was all zinc.
Yeah.
Well, zinc's worth more than a penny. So go figure, by weight. Everything's going up.
Happened to loads of coins. There's a British coins that had a percentage of silver and they just became uncost effective and stuff like that. I mean, originally, like in the 19th century, like British crowns were silver. If you can still find them and stuff like that, it's going to happen with all.
Same with the American Liberty dollars; they were 90% silver back in up until 22 or 3 or whatever year it was. I don't follow
selling point. Another selling point for digital currency. You don't have to spend anything on producing the coins.
Yeah, it costs more, and that's what happened with Venezuela. They couldn't procure the ink and the paper cheaper than what they were going to get out of printing the dollar. So they just stopped printing it. And that was it. They were done.
Madness. I mean, that's going to get the same way with paper money soon.
Oh, it's already getting the same way. All the security measures they have to put on it and all that.
Oh yeah, ours have got like clear windows on them now with holograms over them and stuff. It used to be just the piece of metal sort of thing, and I know in the States it's a certain type of paper and you can see a code running through it.
Yep.
But it's getting even more like ours are washable now. We've gone the way of the Australian money where you can throw it in the washing machine and come out. It's like plastic money more than paper money.
So you can launder your own money now.
Literally, yeah.
You knew that was coming. Honey, why is there $12,000 in the washer? I'm laundering it. It was dirty money.
Blood money.
I mean, it's a nightmare because they don't find as much traces of cocaine on them now, but you know.
Yeah. Well, at least they can trace the origin of the money. It's like, where'd this one come from? They found it floating in the Gulf of America, right next to a couple pouches of Coke or whatever else they blew up. There you go.
This is Scottish, so it's even more Mickey Mouse than actual British money. But you've got a clear window there through there. You can see me through there. The holograms through. On the other side, it's like a textured head over the top of it as well. And I think it's still got it's still got a dark strip running through the whole paper. I mean, the cost to produce that at some point is gonna become more than what that's worth if you think of people's wages and salaries and stuff.
Yeah, I got a few of those pound notes.
And there you go. Promise to pay the bearer on demand £10 sterling at their office here by order of the board of directors. That's for the Clydesdale Bank.
So you can take that in and actually say, I want my silver? You think they're actually going to give it to you?
Apparently. And you can go to the board of directors for Clydesdale Bank and they're going to give you.
I mean, that's what the U.S.
We should try it. That'd be a good video to produce, right? For YouTube.
Yeah, that's what you used to be able to do with the silver and gold certificates over here in the States. But now they're not they're just treated as regular currency. Now, there is a value to them because collectors keep them. The collectors love them, so there's that. But that's outside of that, there's really no actual tangible value.
No, it's not. It's only worth its face value now. That was back when money was worth something. It was based on silver or gold. Yeah, period. Now,
but with that, they've even took away the value that you just said Gil had behind him. It's not even fuel. I can't burn that. I'll get toxic poisoning if I try and burn it now. It's not even fuel.
It probably doesn't even make good toilet paper either.
Yeah, that's like toilet paper they used to give us in like school that would like cut pieces as you like
sandpaper.
We call that John Wayne paper. It's rough as sand and won't take crap off of anybody.
Yeah, it's madness.
Yeah, I was gonna say though the gold and silver certificates, those are basically the value of them got debased right after President Nixon closed the gold window in 1972. So, like I said, they're really only worth anything to collectors. I've got a couple of silver certificates because by accident I happen to get some.
Yeah, I have a couple same thing. I went and bought something and I saw them in the cash drawer and they had them off to the side. I was like, you can give me those. They're like, well, we're not sure they're of any value. I'm like, they're worth their face value. I said, just because it says silver certificate. And I explained it to whoever with the clerk. And I'm like, okay, fine. Because they don't they don't know if the bank is going to take it if they give them in. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take them. So I took them. I mean, I still got them somewhere, but I wasn't broke because I have like, $10 in silver certificates, 2 $5 bills. But yeah, that they were worth something. Now they're not worth anything.
I'm just sorry. I've
Except
got
$5.
sidetracked on silver price. It's just gone through the roof. That's mental.
Oh, did it do it again?
Mm-hmm.
It's Saturday.
Yeah, it's just insane.
Couple of the silver stacking channels.
Oh, stop watching the China guy. Okay.
No, it's not China guy. And they're saying, yeah, it's gonna keep going up at least for the next 6 months.
I mean, if you kept gold for the last 6 months, you've made £1,000 on the price difference.
Dude, if you had silver back when it was $30 an ounce in January and it's up to 73 now, you made 205%. Find me a CD that's going to give you that. But then again, you never know. I'm like, yeah, I get that, but it'll never go to zero.
Yeah,
it'll always be worth something. It's a store of wealth, and silver's more of a barter than, well, it's becoming more of a store of wealth. Silver was more barter and for buying things, and gold was more a store of wealth. And it's kind of reversing. Once the gold silver ratio closes up even more, it should only be around 12%, but it's back up to like 70% again. Because 70%, 12%. Okay, for every 1 ounce of gold that comes out of the ground, 12 ounces of silver come out of the ground.
Yeah.
So that's what it really is, but nobody really goes by that anymore, even though that's the fact. And I said silver is not specifically mined except for in like very, very, very few locations. And to open a new silver mine right now takes 10 years. You don't just start digging and start making
my
silver.
understanding with silver was a merchant's money, and the gold was a wealthy man's money.
Exactly. That was your store of wealth. And the silver you used it for barter and purchase. Yeah, that's what it was. And now it's kind of flipping the other way.
It might seem like a joke having the copper, but that's gone up 40% in a year.
Yeah, copper's going up too. Silver's going up. Platinum's going up. All those are going up. And look at that. Digital currencies are going down. Your Bitcoins and your Ethereums and whatever else is out there that, it's the latest, greatest thing. Yep. Sure. Good luck using that somewhere when the digital system collapses or the banks collapse or whatever. How are you going to pay somebody? Hold your phone up next to him and say, here, I just transferred 1,000 Bitcoin to you. Great. What am I going to do with it? I don't know. Pray your phone doesn't die. You forget your password because it's gone.
Yeah. I read about a guy that had a lot of Bitcoins in his digital wallet. And you know what? He forgot his password. Yeah. And he couldn't figure his password out. So he couldn't get into his wallet. So he basically lost his money.
Yeah, it's gone. And there's nobody, you can't call support and get your password reset.
No.
I was going to say that one girl, Amaryth, over here in Texas, Houston, she had her house broke into, and they had those armed robbers at gunpoint trying to get her to transfer her Bitcoin wallet to them. That was some pretty big news last year.
But this is what I mean. It's no matter how secure you make this digital currency, the criminals are as sophisticated as whatever's out there, right? They're going to find a way. It's I just don't trust it at all. And like you said, Mark, if it's not tangible, it's not in my hand, then if it relies on the grid, no, I'll pass. Hard pass.
I got two things to cover real quick. One is kind of dark, dealing with silver. Looking for estate sales where, old family, and you pick up, silver pots, tea sets, silverware, stuff like that. That's one thing there that, if you want to stack silver, that's where you're going to get it cheap.
Yeah, except you're a little late to that game because now everybody who knows anything, they've been all at the estate sales for a couple of years now.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get some bargains. You can still get people that don't know what to think. The thing is when it comes to after the fact or a rebuild, despite it just being a lovely shape, a coin has an inherent value. It's an ounce, it's 0.999% grade silver. If I've just got loads of granny's forks and spoons from the 19th century and melted them down into a big glob without proper testing, it's a trust factor on whether that's silver or how much
It's
of
not.
it's silver.
Sterling silver is only 70%. So there's that.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's much more difficult, I think, to value scrap silver as opposed to minted coins, as it were.
Well, the couple dealers I have in my area, I went in there to visit them a couple weeks ago, and they had literally piles of grandma's silver in the back in buckets. And I asked them because most of them have this digital analyzer that hooks to a computer, and they can put it over, and it'll tell you all the metals in there and their percentages. And I was like, how do you do that? And he pulled a piece up because he's a good guy. I've known him. And he grabs like a silver plate. And he's like, what do you, and I picked it. He hands it to me. He's like, how much do you think that weighs? I was like, I don't know, probably 3 ounces. He's like, yeah, you're close. He's like, what percentage of silver is in it? And it said sterling, 100% sterling on the back or whatever the mark was. I was like, I don't know. Is it 100% 999 fine? Or is it, he's like, no, it's like 70%. He put it on a thing. He's like, this one's actually good. It's 73%. He's like, that was actually a good one. Most of them are in the 60s. But it's sterling silver, but it's mixed with something else. And the machine told me what it was. I just forget what it said.
It's likely probably mixed with copper.
Yeah, copper. Yeah. And he's like, and that has its own value, but the smelters have to separate it, and that costs money. So in order to get your 999 out of it, he's like, and that's where the smelters stopped buying back around December 18th. They weren't buying it because they couldn't. It wasn't feasible for them to melt it down. So all these guys are sitting on it. They bought it, but they're sitting on it, waiting for the smelters to open back up so they can hopefully sell it to them, or they just lost some money.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're silver in that. You're silverware in that. Truly, I have a couple silver spoons, like cereal spoons, in my kitchen drawer. I use them all the time. I love them, and that's why they say you're born with a silver spoon in your mouth because you're rich or whatever. No, you're healthy. Why? Because the silver amalgam comes off on the food that you eat, and it helps your body and does things to it. I don't know all the science behind it, but I like eating off. I keep silver spoons out of my cabin. I use that when I eat, chilies and stuff like that. And it kind of changes the flavor, but it doesn't make it bad. I like it. So,
okay, just popped up here. The Economic Ninja. His topic going live is Morgan Stanley leaked silver warning as Duro's silver secret.
Yeah, you can read those headlines all day long. They never say those exact words. It's all fear porn to get you to watch their video, and they never really talk about it.
I got to bail, guys. Later.
All right, man.
Okay, viewers, no problem. Thanks for stopping by.
There's only a couple people I watch, and I've been watching them for 10 years. And they talk about things, and they'll tell you flat out, they're like, we don't know what's coming. And all these channels that say, oh, it's going to be $150 by February 1st. Really? They know this for a fact? No, and they say that in their header, and then when you watch them, they're like, well, it could do this, and it could do that, and if this happens, and this happens, it's like, yeah, like we're talking about. If the banks fail, then what? It's just what if stuff. So it's all headline crap. I don't read the headlines. I just wait for my normal people to put out stuff, and I'll watch 2 or 3 weeks worth in a row to see as it progressed or changed and what he said 3 weeks ago versus what's going on now. And most of the time they're pretty spot on. No pun intended on the word spot. So I'm not going to give out other people's YouTube channels on Jaren's channel. That's just not fair.
Yeah, it's terrible. Go and subscribe to my channel. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, Mike is like the silver stacker guru. Yeah. UK silver stacker.
Yeah. I can't afford to stack silver, but I can talk about it for days.
Yeah.
I don't stack silver or gold. I stack bags of rice, wheat.
I do soup, which makes me a bouillon dealer.
Oh, I'm doing soup now too.
Yeah.
What's
I
the
invest in
what's
bouillon.
the price of wax doing this week? I could deal with that.
I think it's up 3 cents a ton.
Oh, I'm quids in. That's fine.
Now, if you have the little aluminum tab for your wick, you just increase your value by 0.0000 pounds.
I was looking at the candle making stuff because technically, if I buy the stuff and do it, it does work out cheaper than buying full price candles. But when Christmas is over and they're selling stuff like this off for pence, I couldn't buy the wax to make it for that price. So
No.
it's just
That's why I have a ton of those scented candles. Now I don't like them because they're all chemicals in there. I don't want anything to do with it, but I have a ton of regular tea lights that my mother-in-law hoarded for decades. And I've already melted them into number 10 cans and put like 3 wicks in there, sealed the thing shut, and with a book of matches in there in a Ziploc bag. So in 10 years, if I need a triple candle and it's a number 10 can, it'll probably burn for a week or two.
Or longer.
I'm good. Yeah. And the matches are already in there. I just have to open the can. I can do that with a file if I have to.
I grabbed a stack of candles because they were on sale without reading them properly.
Oops.
And it was like, what I read was 45-hour burn time. I was like, oh, lovely. Yeah, that'll do. It's their ginger and tobacco scented candles.
Ew.
But it's like intense. It's like intense ginger, super intense ginger with an ex-smoker in the room at the same time. That's what it is. It's like somebody's grandma just came in for a cigarette and then snaffled a bag of ginger snaps. That's what it smells like. I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
your grandpa comes in with a big cigar.
it's going to be the last candle burnt in the apocalypse. If we're at that level, I'm not going to care what the smell is because it's going to stink better than I do.
Probably,
Yeah.
yeah.
Read the label, guys.
Candles
Read
and
the label.
jars and stuff from my wife from years of this is great. I bought this set and this set. And she'd burn one every now and then. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And but they're all downstairs and in boxes. Sure, I have emergency candles. My house is just gonna stink, but whatever. Or it'll smell good like balsam and puppy dog. You know.
Which
One
is
of the things
much better
that
than
we've
the
done-
apocalypse smell of ball sweat and puppy dog.
Ball sweat and puppy dogs. Yeah.
We went around to a bunch of garage sales and we got free candles. So they had all these tapered candles and weird candles, and nobody was buying them and saying, I see the box. I go, why are you standing off the side? No one wants them. How much for the box? They go, take it, get it out of here.
Yeah, so another thing to do is after Christmas services at your local Catholic church, Method, whatever church it is, and they do the candlelight service on Christmas Eve in some places. And when you're done, you blow the candle out, you drop it in a box. Well, guess what? That box just goes in the trash. They don't want it. Yep, there you go. And but some places like the big churches now with the big candles, when they get down to a point, oh no, they box them up and they sell them cheap, but they'll still try to sell it. But all the little tiny candles you get, oh yeah, and they're just standard wax. You could take all those candles, the little cardboard thing off. It has a great fire starter because it's got wax on it. And throw them in a pot, melt it down, pull all the wicks out, and make yourself a new candle.
The Catholic
And you got
Church,
it for free.
the Catholic Church in Martinez, where my wife's at, they have the candles that are about like that big around.
Yeah, and
They
like
got
3
a
feet tall.
twist thing to it. Once they get down to 3/4, they throw them out.
Yep.
Madness.
And I picked up a couple of those. And it's like, cool, this
That's
is going to last
madness.
me quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Why throw them out? It's a lot left
Well,
on
because
them.
the church isn't going to do anything with it. They don't exactly have a can.
Yeah, and nobody
On
really
Saturdays.
wants.
They should. That would be cool. But
Because
nobody wants to deal with it. So it's just wax, throw it out.
with any industry, they don't need a reason to throw it out. They just need permission and a budget. If they have permission and they have the budget for new
You have
candles,
to buy
throw it out.
$1,000 worth of new stuff here. Get rid of the old stuff. Nothing wrong with it. It's just we got new stuff coming. We need to spend it, use it or lose it with the budgets. That's how the governments are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I was wondering why my heat turned on all of a sudden. Out of the blue, my dog pushed the door open and left the door open because he doesn't have any thumbs to close it.
Just tape some thumbs on there for him.
Yeah.
I'd bet those church candles are beeswax ones, potentially.
Ooh, I didn't know about the candle thing at the thrift stores there, PAMT. I have to check that out. He's got to ask the guys at the back door when you're donating stuff. Say, what do you? If people donate used candles, what do you do? It's like we throw them in a bucket over here. Like, can I have it? Sure, take it. I'll take it. I mean, if they're scented, I'll have to pull them out and get rid of them. But
What you do is you save those scented candles and make ones, and those are the ones you barter.
yeah,
Good point.
Yeah.
Like,
Good
I
idea.
got candles to barter.
I have a 1,000-foot roll of candle wick I bought at like one of the craft stores. I mean, it's good stuff. It's got the metal fiber wire inside of it, so it stays stiff. It's not just string. You can use kite string, but it doesn't work that well.
Yeah.
And I got a roll of that. That's why every time I get a bunch of candles and I'm in the mood, I have a pot that I only use for wax because I'll never cook in it again. You're never going to get that wax out of there.
What kind of pot? Just out of curiosity, for somebody starting out like this, is it like a porcelain type thing, or is it just a metal pan?
No, it was just a stainless pot I had that was like just beat to death. I'm like, you know what? It's fine for wax. I don't care. I don't put it directly on a stove. You burn your wax. But I'll get a pot of water boiling and just lay it in the top if it fits perfect in one of my pots.
So similar to like melting chocolate.
Yeah, basically. I'll melt it all
boiler.
down. I'll pour it into another can with a wick held to the bottom with like a washer or something heavy, a screw. I don't care. Just to keep it at the bottom, put a stick across the top and hold the wick up, a little extra wick on there, and pour the wax in there. Let it harden. Then you got to pour it in a couple times because the center always sinks down. And do that a bunch of times, it levels out. You're good to go.
Oh.
Yeah, double boiler.
Yeah. I might start experimenting with stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've not got enough handles
You
with
can pick up some
300.
double boilers at garage sales. Sometimes they're missing the lid or there's damage. You can pick them up fairly cheap, and it's hey, not a problem.
Hey, you can get them at some of the thrift stores. I mean, they got pots and pans that don't match anything, selling for like $1.
Yeah.
Garage sales, whatever. Yeah, you can find stuff. You can always make your own.
Thrift stores or charity shops, as we call them over here, are absolutely rubbish near me. I've got to travel for them because I'm in a student town. It's suddenly cool to have like granddad's jacket and grandma's coat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the charity shops have got wise to it. So you'll go in, you'll see something, you'll pick it up. It'll say like £20. It's like, this would have been £1 back in the day. What is going on? It's
Scottish Preppers making fun of you, Mike.
do more experiments with wax. Well,
Did you read a Pyre said waxed balls? No thanks.
No, okay. No, I mean it's still not fully grown back. My
Yeah, I'll
hair
bet.
on my legs, so it was a good job. Never mind. I like making candles using old cups, jars for holders. Surprising what you can reuse.
Crap, and I lived up in Maine, and I was at one of the local whatever clubs after school or something back when I was like 6 or 7. We had beaches. We would go down to the beach. We would get a bucket of sand and make it wet it down a little bit. Form your little bowl shape, whatever candle with 3. Just stick your finger in it 3 times, make like a tripod, and hold a piece of wax, a piece of wick in there with a stick, and fill it up with wax. You had sand candles. Those were fun. Didn't need a form or anything. You made your own form out of sand.
There's lots of experimenting to do. I know they're all worried about me using anything melted or flames, but I'll be fine.
Come on, we all did it when we were a kid. We stuck our finger in the melted wax, and it hurt at first, but then you start making like the whole wax finger thing,
pulling your fingerprints off and stuff.
You peeled off your fingerprints now on the wax. Just like silly.
What do you mean? As kids, I did that last night when I put the candles out. I was like,
I did it too when I was melting that much wax. I was like, ooh, let me stick my whole finger in there. I did it like 6 times. I couldn't see my finger anymore, but I also couldn't get it off in one piece. I'm like, yeah, that was dumb, and that hurt.
She's told me to stop lying because one of the candles, I didn't do that. I blew it out. It was in front of the TV, and I blew a bit too hard, and it went wax spray.
Oh.
Yeah, you ain't getting that off the front of that TV screen.
We needed a new TV.
Oh yeah, just throw the old one. It's got wax on it. I sneezed into the candle.
Yeah, don't blow down, blow across. That's this.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the topic at hand here. One of the things to consider, about for the banks failing and stuff, is going back to the basics. And you've touched on it a couple times, Mike. Get your basics in place first. Mm-hmm. And you said what 3 months or 6 months worth of supplies and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm old school. I'm old school.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah.
No, I mean
No.
that's a goal, but I mean, people are restricted with space, restricted with money.
Yeah.
We
Gotta
always
start
say
somewhere. Yeah.
prep to your means. If you've got 7 days worth of food, I bet you are better prepared than a lot of people on your
Mhm.
street.
Yeah.
Make
Yeah.
that 30 days, make that 60 days, make that 6 months. You go up on that food chain ladder.
Yeah. So I thought another little rabbit hole here. I have a friend who is on oxygen, and he has a generator in the house, and he's always got the cannula in his nose.
That's
And,
an oxygen generator, not a power generator.
Right. It's an oxygen generator. Anyway, and I mean, it just separates the nitrogen out, blah, blah, blah. And, but he also has some bottles handy. But if the power goes out, he's stuck on bottles. And if they can't deliver bottles, he's kind of done. And there's a lot of people out there that get oxygen delivered to their house.
Mhm.
I mean,
And if
that
those people can't make deliveries if they don't have power to compress the oxygen and fill the bottles and go get them and come back and people to do it, that's a percentage of the population worldwide that is done.
and if you're a prepper in that situation, right, your main prep then should be backup power, solar, whatever you
Right.
can.
Sure.
Keep
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
machine
yeah.
going.
But you know, if the machine goes down or something happens, you're done. So that's its own issue. A lot of medical things become issues. People on dialysis, people on this, they're done. And it's not like I'm going to stockpile a dialysis machine, you know, for the guy who lives 3 blocks away, who I know goes to the hospital 3 times a week to get his kidneys pumped out or his blood filtered. No, not happening. He's not going to have one either. And they also know if something ever happens, they're done. You know, big blizzard that they can't get out of the house. They're trying to call an ambulance to come get them because if they go one more day, they're toxic and they're done.
That's where
So,
them
I
bottles
mean-
of alcohol come in handy.
Yeah, drink it before you go. Yeah, at least have
Yeah.
fun and watch the sunset. But there's just so many facets of things that one bank, you know, the banks start to collapse. I mean, if something doesn't turn back on within reasonable time, you know, a lot of shit goes south real quick.
Yeah.
And everything. I mean, all
definitely.
your delivery people, you're not getting your newspaper, you know, you're not getting, not that you care about a newspaper these days, but, you know, all these businesses just start to crumble because the workers are not going to get paid. The people that own it can't pay their bills, can't bring money in because they can't get the money. So they just close. And they're done. And now you got more and more and more people, and it just cascades fast. You know, one service industry starts to take a dump, 20 more follow right behind it.
Yeah.
You know, the food companies can't deliver because their freezers all went down. And now the restaurants have no food, and now all the workers there and all the drivers and all that stuff. So it just go ugly really, really, really quick. The same thing, you know, power versus a bank.
Yeah.
You know, the banks go down. They have no way to transact. Nobody's going to work for free. They're all going to go home and take care of their kids, even the police and stuff, you know, volunteer firemen and all that. You have a fire, ain't nobody answering 911. That woman's sitting at her house right now trying to figure out how to cook for her kids for the next 3 days.
Yeah. The thing is, like, if everyone stops going to work immediately, oh, they're not paying me, I'm not going to go to work, and everything kind of starts, and you have the power fails and everything else, you're going to have the great stink happen real quick.
Oh yeah,
dead bodies here, dead bodies everywhere. Along with that comes all the diseases.
Yep.
And then then you have everybody getting sick, and they can't go to. There's nothing for them to do to go to hospital. It's just going to be
sanitation. If you do a little Google on the state of Birmingham in the UK, I don't know if they've sorted it yet, but they were basically having strikes with their bin men and stuff like that, and there was rats in the streets and built up trash and stuff like that. Yes, someone's just literally posted, as I'm saying it, no trash collection. That alone would create a sanitary nightmare, as it were.
Well, this is where you got to know what to do with your trash. I mean, how much trash are you going to make if you're using paper plates and plastic forks and spoons to eat while the power's out and everything else? Well, the paper burns. The plastic you can bury it. It's not going anywhere. You put it in a container and just let it sit there as long as there's not much food left on it. Eventually the flies will get it and they'll eat what's left, and there won't be any food particles left on it. You're not going to use it again, but other trash, I mean, what kind of trash do we really make if you think about it? What, the paper towel you use to dry your hands off and throw it in the trash? I mean, leftover food bits. Every piece of food bit can be. You could dig a hole and dump it in there. I don't care if it's bones and meat. No, you're not going to attract rats unless you live in Chinatown. But dump it in the ground. It'll rot. What do animals do when they die in the woods? Everything rots. Goes back to the soil. You can bury 90% of your trash. The rest you can burn.
But I mean that's a great way of looking at it, and on a rebuild, that's how people would be doing it. I guess people in the know, but in the short term, people are that used to somebody coming getting the rubbish.
They'll just pile up.
They'll just pile up, and that's when it starts to get and become a problem.
Yeah, and that's the people in the cities and that don't know what to do with it, don't understand what to do. They're like, oh, trash doesn't come up. Is there any room in the trash can, honey? No, just put the bag outside. Then the animals get it, spread it, and then. The smells and the stink and the flies, and then diseases come in and all that. Yeah, like someone just said when New York had the garbage strike. I mean, you couldn't see the fronts of the buildings for the stacks of trash. That's because everybody just throws everything in the trash. And in a city, there's really nothing else to do with it. You can't flush it down the toilet. And think of like baby diapers. Oops. Well, the diapers are going to run out, so the baby diaper's full of poop. Well, what are you doing with those? I know what those smell like after 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Horrible. The one comment that was just up there beforehand about burying an IBC tote. No, do not. Do not. You want to bury anything, do it the Boy Scout way. You dig a trench line, and that way it'll biodegrade on its own. You bury a tote, that's going to be a biohazard that's going to bite you in the tail.
I mean, if you're on the way they do septic systems now, where it goes to a tank, and then you have the grinder pumps it out to the field. If your power goes out, you have no grinder, and that tank fills up. Yeah, you might want to be there when they put the tank in, so you know where the hole blanks are in the concrete, and you can run a PVC pipe out of there. But you need to dig another really big hole and fill it with gravel and rocks. And cover it up so the stuff has a place to go and not collect flies and bacteria, and it can biologically go back to the soil again. But that's not going to last forever.
My grandmother lived on a ranch up in northern Idaho. They had a 3-seat outhouse, and they moved it every year. And they just moved it. They just moved it over 5 feet, dug down it, moved it over, and they knew where they had done it before.
Yeah, pile the dirt on it and don't stand there because you're going to sink in.
Yeah. But the other thing to consider to be ecologically green and
whatever.
Buy a self-composting toilet.
Yeah. You still got to empty it, but at least you can use it for compost.
Yeah, it treats it, does everything, and you dig it and boom.
Yeah, now if you need the chemicals for that one, you're not going to get chemicals, so you're kind of back to square one.
But the ones that you use the cedar chips and the fertilizer for, just so it breaks it all down and everything, and you run the worm farm through it and everything else, and take it out and dump it in the worm farm, and you can. There's
a lot of methods out there you can use. I mean, at the cabin, I don't have an outhouse. I made a toilet box. It uses a Rubbermaid tote, and I found the perfect garbage bag, heavy mill contractor bag that fits over it. And I keep a bucket of it's like 80% peat moss and 20% lime, pulverized lime. And I mix it all together, and when I'm done, I just take a scoop or two of that and just sprinkle it all over it. Doesn't smell, no flies, dead of summer. A week later, I just zip it shut. Of course, that's always fun, trying to pull the bag off there and tie a knot in it, and then throw it in 2 more bags, throw it in the back of your truck so I can throw it in my garbage can. The back of my truck usually has a slight odor to it by the time I get
Wait a minute. You got a tractor out there. Dig a hole and just dump it out into the
No, I could. I might at some point. Right now, no. I'm not. That has not come to that point yet. I could easily do it. I don't have a backhoe attachment, but I got a shovel on the rocks in my property.
Right now, you pay your taxes so somebody else can take your shit away. That's what you're saying.
That's right. I pay for that garbage pickup, and I know where it goes. It goes about 10 miles from here into the big garbage dump with the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just
just to sell those IBC totes as a kit doesn't mean they work. I work construction for an underground construction company. I even got my own Class A general engineering contractor's license for it. Yeah, no, it's just a lot of work to put in a septic system. You got to have leach fields, drain rock, everything else.
And ironically, you bury an IBC tote in the ground,
it's going to
and
collapse.
You're in sort of a wet area and it's not full and it rains a lot, that sucker will rise up out of the ground like a zombie coming out of a coffin.
Yeah.
You'll hear a noise. I've seen videos of fuel tanks that they bury in the ground for the gas stations, didn't get a chance to at least fill it halfway with water first, and the rains hit and they only had some gravel around it, didn't black, even if they blacktopped over it, man, it's just like an earthquake. These things just float up out of the mud.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to try that. Burying a IBC
tonic.
Yeah.
Rising the turd tonic.
But yeah, you want something more, composting, natural way to get away. Scout camp out there at the farthest camps out where you're way away from the outhouses. Yeah, they mark and dig trench lines, and the scouts use it and backfill, and they go over 2 feet and they dig a next trench line, and they mark the trench lines each year. You go back 2 years later, you dig through there. It looks like nice garden soil.
Yum. Yeah, I'm gonna pick that up and hold it to my nose.
Hey, in 2 years, all the beetles and the worms have gotten to it, and it's been totally nature process.
Oh yeah, and there's people that do that use their own waste in their gardens and stuff, and I get it. I mean, they've been doing that since forever. We all of a sudden made it's all toxic. You can't do that. We have to treat it. But if you're on meds these days, yeah, and that's in your poop too. So you don't in your pee. You don't want to put that in your garden.
Yeah.
The size of the carrots that came out of the bodybuilder's garden. It's like the sign that some people show. Please stop trespassing on my property. I'm running out of places to bury the bodies.
Oh, that's like Rip Redneck's thing on Facebook. He's a little reels. He's always he's there. I'm glad you got rid of all your weapons. Yeah. All of a sudden, boom, outside. What was that? Oh, one of the landmines. It also digs the hole too.
It's like you're no longer trespassing. You're a target.
No, you're fertilizer now.
Yeah, well, you're a target, then fertilizer.
But yeah. And of course, his favorite thing is, time to call 811 again.
I like the one where it's if you can read this, you're in range.
Yes.
Yeah, I like
Just
that
don't put
one.
it at the outside edge of your property. You got to put it in the property about 100 yards or 50 meters so they can't read it from the street. That way it's not like a threat.
Yeah.
I like the one trespassing sign. Trespassers will be prostituted.
Yes. Yeah, trespassers will be. My daughter had that on her door. I bought it for her. Warning: trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot again.
Shot again.
I think that's still hanging on her door. Actually, she never took it with her. I have to bring that out to the cabin.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. The bank's collapsing. I mean, that's like you said, Mark, the domino effect, and it can go so south so friggin' fast.
Yep. And you won't see it coming because they're not going to tell you about it until it's over.
Yeah.
And you still may not hear about it. You just won't hear anything. And that's that. If you hear crickets, there's a problem.
Yeah.
You're not getting updates. I mean, you might get the reasonable updates of, don't worry, we're still working on it. We have our best team of whatever people on it right now from another country working on bringing the system back up. Don't worry, your money is still there. Please don't panic. Go down to your local food bank. They will take care of you. And the military's coming in to set up food tents just in case. And then once the military moves in, that shit ain't coming back.
The thing is, all right, the banks collapse over the weekend. For the first several days, people are going to go to work. All right, it's just they're going to fix it. So I'm just going to keep going to work. I don't want to be without a job. I don't want to get fired. So I'm just going to keep going to work. And if you know what's going on and you're more keyed into it, what do? You get your credit card, you go on Amazon, you order all the shit you ever wanted.
Yeah. And hope that the banks stay collapsed, or you're going to owe a ton of freaking money. I think you send it
My
all back
credit
to
card
Amazon.
was stolen.
Yeah.
30-day return policy on most things. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, exactly.
We are not giving you advice to go on spending sprees. This is a theoretical situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Hypothesis.
that's what people always say. If somebody knows they're going to claim bankruptcy here shortly, they'll just run up every credit card because they're going to go bankrupt. Well, guess what? The governments do it too. They've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
They know they can never pay it back, so they're like, yeah, well, you know what? We're going to be insolvent here shortly, so let's just print another $1 trillion and give it away to our friends and ourselves and go buy tangible things because it's not going to be around. You kind of got to watch that too, that's been going on for a long time. But yeah, it's you're going bankrupt. You're going to spend anything and everything. You will take loans out to buy tangible items that nobody can take away from you. Like, I don't know, silver, gold.
Yeah, and it's quite scary how many millionaires and billionaires are suddenly doing this as a trend thing. Oh, I'm building a bunker. I'm building an island. I'm investing in gold. It's like, what do you guys know?
Yeah, one of the billionaires. This was 6 months ago or 5 months ago. He literally sold his stock in it wasn't Bezos. It was one like that. Sold pretty much all the stock in his own company and bought physical silver and gold.
Yeah,
and that made everybody go, what? What's going on? Oh, nothing. I just, I just want to have a store of wealth. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's why I brought this topic up, because I think it's already coming. It's just a matter of how you're going to act and what are you going to do?
That's an interesting one. You talk about spending last minute. John, just above that comment, said, have your PayPal account loaded up with a few £100s. If your bank or a few banks go down, you can still make online purchases. That might be the good, last minute.
Yeah, except PayPal is still run. I forget who runs PayPal. It's still
I mean, you'd still have the same issues after the fact, but you might be able to make that initial look. I'm just going to quickly spend this entire £200 on cans of beans and packs of bullets, and they can all get delivered, and then I'll worry about it afterwards. Yeah.
Can't return food, but you can return clothing. That's another thing nobody ever talks about. What are you going to stock up? Oh, I'm stocking up on food. Yeah, dude, I have 80 pairs of socks and 7 pairs of boots that my feet are done growing at my age, and they just live in their bags. I don't need them. Not right now, and I'll use them over time. I haven't bought a pair of socks since I found these on sale for, I think, a 6-pack of, because I have 11. My foot size is 11.5 or 12, depending on who measures it. But those 8 to 12 socks are crap. So I get the 10 to 14 size socks. They're perfect. And I found them on sale at Ollie's, which is like a bargain warehouse type store. And they were Hanes. They had them for $2.99 a bag of 6, which was half the price of what the stores were selling them for. I bought every one they had.
See, I kind of have a different school of thought a bit on that. So I've got some durable. This is like military clothing and stuff like that I know is durable. So I get some good quality stuff. But my kind of theory is that, we know after the first 30 days or the first 60 days of said situation, population is going to be less. And I figure that Primark and the local clothing and the Gap store are going to be the last things looted. I think
they're going to be going for the food and the money first, and TVs and things that they can't use. Clothing will be last on the list unless it's in Walmart, in which case they just take everything.
Either that, or I'll just go through the neighbor's house. I'm sure somebody will be the same size shoes as me at some point. It feels like it's one of those things that won't run out as quick because there'll be less demand, I feel like.
Yeah, less demand, and there'll be a lot laying around somewhere eventually.
It's probably different for you because of your location and stuff, whereas I'm more urban. I'm going to have an abundance of scavenging places.
Right.
We shall say, for things like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, you need to strategically transfer items to a different equipment to a different location, alternate location.
Yeah, that's the one.
SEAL. Yeah.
But yeah, it's one thing. I mean, apart from room that it take up, obviously in a small place, I've just started to go down the route now of I used to get the cheap pair of jeans. I used to get the cheap boots, and I've just gone down the. It's a false economy, so just get something that will really last, good quality.
But the boots I got, my company would get me a new pair of. He'd give me a voucher for a new pair of boots every year. Well, I take care of my boots, and they're good boots. They're Works boots or Red Wing or whatever. And I always bought the little rubber bumper snubbers for the noses. I know how to put them on without them falling off. And I went 3 years with the same pair of boots. They were fine. They were a little worn, but they were comfortable. They worked. They were still semi-waterproof the way they were to begin with. And every year I'd go get another pair. And they knew me at the Red Wing store. I'd walk in. He just looked at me like, another pair of boots? Like, yep. He just pulled up my history. He's like, your feet changed? I was like, dude, I'm 48 years old. No, my feet didn't change. And okay, he would just grab a box off the shelf and throw a pair of snubbers and an extra pair of laces in there for free. And I'd give him the voucher and go home and put them in the closet. And I will never have to buy boots probably ever because I work from home now. So I only wear them outside sometimes. And if I go to the cabin,
you've got boots for life, basically.
I do. I got a brand new pair sitting in my cabin. I got 3 pairs in the closet here. I got a pair that rides around in my truck with me for no particular reason. I just keep forgetting to grab it. And yeah, I'm good. And they're sized, they're 11.5, like extra wide. And so, yeah, a lot of people will be able to wear them if I need to trade a pair of boots for somebody for something.
There's your barter item. Yeah.
I'll gladly dig holes in your garden, but I don't have anything to put on my feet. What size you wear? 10.5. Great. Here's 2 pairs of socks and a pair of boots. Go dig.
Yeah.
Now you owe me.
Wow, I'd love to get new boots every year.
Yeah, if he knows what's in those boxes.
Who, me?
No, it was the comment. It was just on there about
side hustle.
Side hustle.
Yeah. You'd have to open them first.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the idea of that though. You know, if you were an Amazon delivery driver, it all hit the fan. I'd just drive it home. It'd be like it'd be Christmas / Tom Hanks Castaway all at once. It's like, what have I got to help me survive?
Mostly Castaway. What am I going to do with these freaking ice skates? Well, I'll hang on to them. Oh, look, I can split coconuts 6 months later.
Hey, you put them on like boxing gloves, and like it was a Violent Night, where Santa Claus puts them on and taking out the bad guys.
Nice. Yeah, he said kill. Why not? UPS does it now.
Yeah.
That's only for international mail.
We've got one called Every over here, the worst delivery company ever. Like literally, just where's your package? It's in a secure location. I've thrown it over a fence that looked like it might be yours.
Yeah, on the Chinese customs.
Yeah, yeah. If they get through it, they'll be my backup shoes till the current pair go to crap.
Still haven't figured out if I'm going to sell my canoe or not. I don't live near a body of water, nor do I travel near a big body of water where I'm going to go canoeing anymore.
But climate change. That's
what my wife keeps asking. She's like, why is that canoe still in the backyard? I'm like, well, number one, nothing's going to happen to it. It's fiberglass. So it's good. I just kind of keep it in the shade. And I still got the paddles like brand new and
just
life preservers and stuff. But they're in the basement. Yeah. She's like, well, what do we have it for? I was like, well, if we get a flood here, she's like, sweetie, we live on the side of a mountain. I'm like, I know. But if we do get a flood, big
tell her, darling,
we could get the hell out of here.
Tell her, darling, it wasn't raining when Noah built the ark.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing, Sumi, or did. The only thing I buy online now is a pair of what am I wearing? New Balance. I'll order 2 pairs of New Balance when they go on sale, like every 4 years. I think I still have 1 pair left in a box, new. But of course, now the price is stupid on them.
See, the
only thing I need is rubber boots now. I don't have any rubber boots, like, good rubber boots to go walking in 18 inches of water with. I don't want waders. I just need rubber boots.
to go with your canoe, right?
That's right. So I can walk out so I can push the canoe in and not try to jump in it.
Well, the other thing about having a canoe is just in case it's like, all right, we're out of food, but the lake over here, nobody's fishing out in the lake right now. Let's go do some fishing.
Yeah, well, I don't live near a lake, so there is that.
River?
I got the Potomac River about 30 miles away, but I don't think I want to be fishing in that anytime
No.
soon.
Oh, my stepdad's got a bottle of water from the Potomac River as like a souvenir. Like it came in like with a gold label. You look at the color of that, and that was like 20 years ago. I'd hate to see what it looks like now.
Yeah, not much better.
Probably not.
But the reverse osmosis filter that I had from ITIL, I managed to use the RO filter on the canal water, which is probably worse than the Potomac River water, and get some drinkable water out of it.
Did it work?
It did. It did.
Do you have to clean that when you're done? Because once you start using it, now there's things in there. Do you have to flush? How do you flush it out? You need clean water to flush it out with, don't you?
Well, it produces a glass of drinkable water, and it produces grey water as well that you could use for washing up and stuff like that. Technically, you can flush the grey water through it again to like pull through anything really bad. But the rule of thumb is when you're first using it anyway, you'd let it run off for a while before you then start bottling it and stuff. So, but
don't you have? I mean, doesn't the membrane like get clogged up over time? Because I know RO systems for houses, you got to put a new RO filter in there like once a year, every 6 months, depending on usage.
Yeah, I mean, apart from doing the test, I would definitely have the filters sealed and not even in place until I needed to. Would be my I reckon they would go nasty after a while. Yeah.
I mean, I got one of those Berkey or Lexapure. Same thing with the ceramic, 0.001 micron filters and that. I haven't used it yet, but I got one. I bought a bunch of spare filters. Crap, I bought those back in, I want to say 2010 or 11 because of 2012. Yeah. And I bought it and I also bought some of the cups where it'll do 300 gallons where you can fill it up. It's like a Life Straw type of thing, but they're a whole lot better than Life Straw with a few spare filters for those too. And I gave them to all my kids and their boyfriends or whatever at the time, husbands. And one of them used it. She's like, "This thing's great." I'm like, "What did you use it on?" She's like, "We went hiking." She's like, "We forgot to bring water, so we just stopped at the stream, filled it up, put it in there. It's great." I was like,
"Yeah, I've got one of the Grail cups now. So when I was on the island camp, I tried that, and it was brilliant. I've got the Berkey style filter in the kitchen with the charcoal candles, so it's more for cleaning, like filtering normal tap water and stuff.
Right.
But if you could buy the candles for them, and then just use 2 buckets if anybody's thinking of doing it. You don't really need to spend a fortune on the chrome container and all of that. It's just a gimmick. You could buy 2 buckets, a tap, drill 2 holes, and put these candles in. The candles are the only thing you need.
Candles?
That's what they call them, the filters.
Okay. I'm like, why would you put a candle? Okay.
No, they call
my water.
They call the filters the ceramic filters, but they call them candles on the Berkey site sort of thing. But
and those you can clean them because they will clog up on the outside, and you can clean it with like one of those green Scotch-Brite scrubby pads.
Yeah.
You just need some decent running water, any kind of water to scrub all the crud off of there when your flow starts to go down. You can do that so many times before it gets too thin. And now it doesn't really filter anything anymore. Then you get another filter out. But yeah, you can make the same thing. I know. I looked at my Berkey or my Lexapure. I was like, really? It's just one can on top of another can with holes in it for the filters and plugs for where you don't put a filter. It'll handle up to 4 filters. I'm like, I'm only going to use one because, I only need one at a time. It just takes hours for it to filter out. Yeah. And but I could do that with a plastic food grade bucket. Just drill a hole in it and put the filter in there and put it into a stainless pot underneath, so you're not putting, filtering plastic and then putting it back in plastic again.
And you can get 2 of the ceramic filters. There's only 2 in my actual system, so there's 2. You could use one; it would just be a slower filter, and you can get 2 of them on Amazon for like 23 quid. So
you got to watch what Amazon sells you because they say Berkey fits this, but they're garbage. I watched a lot of stuff on those. And actually, Berkey got in trouble with the EPA because they claimed, which it was true, that their filters would filter out pesticides and bacteria, or not pesticides, it would filter out bacteria. And because of that, the FDA said that they are selling a pesticide or some kind of device that can be technically said it is something, I guess, a pesticide or whatever, to get rid of pathogens. And they had to fight them in court. They lost. So other companies do the same thing now. They just don't say that it filters out this. I said it might.
So
Berkey also got in trouble for making claims of going down to certain things that it didn't. If they checked it, no, it doesn't do that. They were making false claims totally.
So I've been using the Vivor ones. They claim 99% efficient filtration, chlorine, inorganic arsenic, organic arsenic, inorganic arsenic, again, for some reason, why they've said it twice, mercury, lead, sediment, rust is the only things they claim. So,
right.
Yeah. Berkey was banned in Iowa, California, and a couple other states.
Well, that's because in California, everything causes cancer, but only in California.
No, because for false advertising. Saying it could do stuff it couldn't.
I mean, you've got that everywhere. The amount of people I know that are getting their life straws from places like Temu and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I cut one open. So I cut one open, like literally sliced it all open and broke it up in a video next to an actual life straw. And basically the fibers that catch all this crud, the density was a fraction of what it is in a real life straw. But people are going to put their life in the hands of a £5 Chinese life straw at some point. And
well, there was one channel, Just in Time Prepping. He got one, and to do a review on it. And we told him, hey, you better check it out, because did you actually try sucking water through it? He tried it, couldn't get nothing to go through it at all. Couldn't even suck air through it. It was nothing would go through it, so it was useless.
Yeah,
they just packed it so full of stuff that nothing went through it.
Test your preps. This is right now. This is the sign that you need. Test everything you get, everything you buy, every skill you have. Make sure you test it now, because while you've got a safety net of peace times, it's the best time to learn. Not when that's life and death.
Yeah, when there's a drought. Shoot, where all the plants are dying. I'm having a brain fart here.
Yeah, drought.
Well, no, but as far as begins with F, where all the plants are dying and everything else. Anyways, that's not the time, as far as the food chain goes, that's not the time to say, oh, I'm going to plant my garden now.
Alicia Autist Mom says, will you take mandatory digital ID, or is that a subject for another day?
Mike kind of tucked on that one a bunch of times. We've gone back and forth on that one.
You cannot resist in the UK mandatory digital ID. The only way to resist it is to live on the fringes of society, not earn anything, not buy anything, be completely off grid, be completely self-sufficient. And very few people are going to be in that position in the UK. If they want to force digital ID onto us, unfortunately, they can. And don't be under any sort of illusion that this is going to make anything different. If you have a driving license, if you have a passport, if you are born in this country and you have a birth certificate and a national insurance number, you're already in the system.
Yep, you're already
there.
The
scary thing is if they try and move that into centralized digital currency. That's my 2 cents anyway. I'd love to be able to say, right, I'm going to step away from the entire system, but it's very difficult to do that. You'd have to be living on the complete fringes of society.
You'd have to physically leave society and anything that could be attached to that, and be on your own, or with your friends or whoever else is doing it. And
I mean, protest, resist, write a letter, display your displeasement, whatever you want to do. I'm all behind that. I'm fully up for resisting all of that change and stuff. And I think it's a bad thing that if we implement this, but at the end of the day, if they switch it on, you're in or you're out or everything. It's as simple as that. And I've got a driving license. I've got a passport. I'm not like the invisible man. So digital ID is not going to make that much difference.
If you've got a cell phone, you're not invisible anymore.
Exactly.
99% of
If you're
people are on
watching this
Facebook,
YouTube
you're
channel
really
right
not
now on your
invisible
phone,
anymore. Yeah. Why do you think there's so many data centers going up?
Yep. This is it. Well, we've always had a system. It's just the system's getting more advanced and more streamlined and faster and stuff like that. And as much as I think it's stupid and I shouldn't have to have a digital ID, why do I need a digital ID? I've got a passport. It's irrelevant. If they do it, we can't resist without disappearing off the grid completely.
Oh, once they do that. Oh, you want to see biblical arguments come up instantly? Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
You can't buy or sell without the whatever. I'm not going to go too biblical here, but you all know what I mean.
The mark.
Yeah. Wait, what'd you say about me?
The mark on the forehead.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's so is it? Yeah. As far as like the ceramic filters and stuff off of Amazon, I bought one just as a test that came from China to compare for my Zen water filter, and I bought some from South Korea. The South Korea ones that I've locked onto are so much better than the original Zen, and the Chinese ones, yeah.
What was the brand of the South Korea ones?
The South Korean ones are great. That's what I use now all the time. They're silver lined. They do down to half a micron. Guaranteed down to half a micron. Testing guys, if that take it down to says it goes down to a quarter micron.
Yeah. Just don't get the North Korean ones, guys. It'll just be an empty tube with a potato.
I don't trust anything from China anymore.
Yeah. The problem is with filters and stuff. Someone says, "Oh yeah, you put it in here and it'll filter so many gallons of water per hour." No, it's not filtering. It's just been bypassing it through. It takes time for it to go through a gravity feed filter, and if it's going through fast, it ain't filtering that stuff.
Good point.
But it's the most neglected prep as well. When we talk about the essentials you'll need, even with a banking collapse, water filtration is one of the things. People start buying tins upon tins upon tins, and they'll buy like 10 bottles of like 2-liter bottles of water and think, oh, that's water covered. No, it's not.
Yeah, for 2 days.
Yeah.
I got 275 gallon IBC totes. I got like 6 of them full of water for me and my wife.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, I got 8 15-gallon barrels of water down the basement, but they've been down there for 12 years.
Water doesn't go bad.
I know that. But it's sitting on concrete. Flat. It's sitting on concrete also. Yeah, it goes flat.
Ooh.
So I know. Well, the 4 of them are on concrete. The rest are on top of the other ones.
All right.
But either way, at least I can flush the toilet and wash my dishes.
Yeah.
Basic sanitation and add a little bleach to it or something. Because I did that. I think I brought it up to 10 ppm on chlorine when I first put it in there because I had a test kit. And I just used a little bit. I figured out how much I needed. And I tested it. It was, as long as it was above 2 ppm of free chlorine, you're good.
Yeah.
That's like testing a swimming pool. And I did that. So they were fine, sanitized. It came out of my tap. Yeah. So, but I filtered it before it went in the tap. Ran it through a filter, filled the barrels up, but they've been down there for a decade more. And the barrels aren't going anywhere. They're in the dark under the stairs. But wife keeps asking, she's like, what are you going to do with the water? I was like, sweetie, we can always flush the toilet and take a bath.
Yeah.
Or shower or whatever.
You've always got the freeze-dried stuff as well to fall back on.
Yeah, well, you kind of need water to rehydrate your freeze-dried stuff. So that's my only other minor issue there is that's why I got the filter.
Yeah.
The barrels on top, and eat dinner. The barrels that are on top of the other barrels, those are good to go. The barrels on concrete will leach the chemicals out of the concrete through the plastic. People don't believe it, but they've been tested on it. It leaches certain chemicals through it and contaminates.
But I painted the floor. I'm kidding. I did, but I know it doesn't matter. No, I probably wouldn't consume any of that water at this point.
All right, the upper water.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
Okay. The only thing you need to do to that is aerate it, which means you pull it out, you pour it through pitcher to pitcher a couple times, and get the air back into it, and it'll taste great. You take it straight out. He's going to go, what does this taste so blah?
Yeah, it's flat.
All the air's out of it.
Yeah.
This is the problem I have. It's I think it's an under-prepped thing in the UK because we have space issues, like size-wise. Like if you look at the average property in the UK, square footage-wise, compared to the average one in the States, it's massively smaller. And I just haven't got room for mass storage of water. So that's why I've gone down having enough filters and knowing where enough water sources are as the kind of, and rainwater collection as well. So I still think I'm underprepared. I would love some big containers full of water ready, but I'd have to move some children out, And
so, Alicia, the little crinkly bottles of water you get at Sam's Club, Costco, wherever, in the 16 ounce on up to the big ones and stuff. From day one, they are leaching chemicals into the water. The PFASs are leaching out of those bottles. They're not made for long-term storage. They're made for short-term storage.
Yeah.
And
that's why some of them taste like, you go to gas stations around here in the summertime, they got cases of these things outside in front of the window in the full sun, and you buy one because they'll take those and put them in the fridge. And then you buy one and you drink it. It's like it tastes like plastic. Well, gee, I wonder why. Because all the sun, all the UV just leached even more crap into the water. And here we are drinking it. Yeah. You could run that through a Berkey filter, though, or whatever, and get that back out again.
Yeah. The like Mark's barrels and my IBC totes are food grade. They're a totally different amount of thickness of plastic, so that they don't flex and you don't get all this pieces flaking off in the water and stuff. But when the water comes out of my bottles, I got some big old filters it runs through to remove all that stuff from.
Yeah, I wouldn't say my barrels are food grade. My 15-gallon barrels, I didn't care about drinking it. My 15-gallon barrels held, wait for it, bleach. So they were sanitized when I got them. I just had to rinse them out, make sure they didn't, and I didn't care if they still smelled like a little bit of bleach, but they didn't. And I just filled them up with water. And that was just more for toilet flushing and bathing and that. I was never really planning on drinking it, but yeah, they were bleach barrels from commercial laundries.
Yeah. Wishful bumblebee, boiling water will do nothing to remove the chemicals and the plastic particulates from the water. You would have to run it through a multi-stage filter to get out the chemicals and get out the chunks of plastic out of the water.
Now, what about those 5-gallon? What about the 5-gallon carboys you buy at at Sam's, whatever, to put in your water chiller? You flip it upside, the old water cooler bottles, not the glass ones, but the plastic. They used to be glass, and then went to plastic.
Yeah,
but
those are better than most, because they're more rigid, but some of them I've been seeing are getting softer, and you may go dunk.
Oh yeah, yep, breaking the microplastics off the whole time.
Yeah. But this is all right. Here comes you dropping some money. The best thing to store water in:
glass
or
stainless
a stainless steel tank.
Yep. Find a brewer, a beer brewery going out of business, and if you can buy a tank that has a good cap on the bottom of it and a valve that holds, like, I don't know, 300-400 gallons, or what they call a 4-barrel tank. Yeah, get one of those. But you're going to have a hell of a time finding a place to put it because they're tall and they're big.
Yeah.
Just drink alcohol instead of water, guys.
Well,
it's much easier.
Drink beer. I mean, it's just a breakfast food, right? It's just water, hops, and barley. I mean, it's all grains and stuff.
Could you rehydrate some steaks with some whiskey?
You can. You can. You can't rehydrate it with fats and oils.
Ooh, lovely.
And I'm not going to say
I
what
want a
we tried.
rehydrated whiskey steak.
No, but my mother, I think I told Gil this over a year or two ago. When my mother-in-law was living here, I got my freeze dryer and I started doing lots of fruits. And my mother-in-law loved, it's a peanut butter whiskey. I forget what name it, but that was her nightly drink. You know, she got it was like 3 shots. That was her nightly drink. I mean, the woman weighed like 80 pounds. And, but that was her thing. We knew she wasn't going to be around much longer. So sure, she had whatever she wanted. Well, I brought up some freeze-dried apples and peaches and I stuck one in her drink. Of course, she gets mad at me first. And I had never done it before. And I grabbed her a fork. I said, give it a minute. It rehydrated, absorbed all the peanut butter whiskey. She took one bite. She never drank her whiskey out of that after that. She ate her whiskey every night. She's like, Mark, I need more peaches. Mark, I need more apples. I would just load her glass up with freeze-dried apples and pour wicker on top of it, and she'd sit there with a fork for an hour and just eat it. And I tried it. I was like, holy crap, this is really good.
Part of your 5 a day, right? Fruit and veg keeps you alive longer. That's it.
Yeah, and I don't know about rehydrating my broccoli. I mean, I guess you could rehydrate broccoli and Jack Daniels. That would be an interesting flavor.
But then think of it this way: you're instead of taking that shot and you're drinking it quick, you're taking like an hour to go through that alcohol, so your body's burning it off.
And you're eating food with it, so you're making sure your stomach is full, so you're not drunk really quick. Yeah, there you go. And you get some. Who knew that Jack Daniels could have protein in it?
This is a bodybuilding regime I could get behind.
There's Mike with a Mylar bag that says "Made in USA" at Mark's house, and he's pouring a bottle of whiskey into it. And everybody's like, "What are you eating?" It's like, dude, you've got to try this chili. Best chili. It's cold. Or you could warm up your whiskey, I guess, if you wanted to.
Well, hot toddy. Yeah, that's all right.
I'll have to try some of that. I'll have to do a video short on one of those. Like, we're going to rehydrate some whatever in vodka or gin or rum or some. Rum would probably be fun for some things. And let some of my friends taste it on video. They'd be like, holy crap, dude, you need to start a business. It's like, yeah, I'm not getting the liquor license to start a business of rehydrated apples and Jack Daniels. Don't
need the liquor license. You sell a bag of dehydrated apples, freeze-dried apples.
Yeah, just with the
instructions. Yeah, that's your business model right there. They add their own liquor.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I could just see it. All the homeless bums in San Francisco, freeze-dried bags. I need some alcohol to. She says I need that alcohol to my food.
I need whiskey for my apples.
On the note of freeze-dried whiskey apples, I'm gonna shoot because I've not actually eaten. So, thank you for having me, Shadow.
You're very welcome. It's always
Appreciate
a pleasure
it.
to have
Gil,
you.
Mark, great to speak to you as always.
Mike, have a good one.
Everyone else who's watching on my side, the stream will carry on even when I leave. So keep watching. Don't forget to subscribe to these guys' channels as well.
I'll send you a bag of apples. You're on your own for the whiskey.
I might have a bottle or two somewhere. Just might have.
Oh, yeah, now I know you're gonna be like, next time you stop at one of your stores or go online, you'll be like, I can get this little bag of 12 grams, which is actually a fair amount of apples, of freeze-dried apple slices for like £8. I think I'm going to buy one and try what Mark said. You're going to be like, holy crap, dude, those things are so good.
Next Shadow stream, I might be a bit wobbly eating.
Yeah, he'll be picking up his piece of apple going, I'm absolutely fine here, folks.
Yep.
Right. See you later, guys. Appreciate it.
See you later, Mike.
See you later.
Oh.
Yeah, we got into freeze-dried apples soaked in alcohol from the bank collapse. Gotcha. Told you there's a million rabbit holes. Every one of them is technically valid because, once if money fails, even for a couple weeks, all hell's going to break loose, regardless of, we're going on digital currency, something like that. It's just going to be a mess. because a cascade effect of money. Think about it. Everybody uses money to do their daily lives. And if you can't get it to go run to get something you need, you're going to be upset at first. Like, damn it, they're closed. I can't use my bank card. Okay. Yes, have cash was one thing we didn't mention is, sure, try to have some cash on hand, fair amount. That may still be valid for usage for short term if the banks don't completely collapse and you have cash and people still believe it's worth something. Okay, use the cash. But once it all breaks, if it breaks loose where your cash is worthless, nobody's going to want it because they can't do anything. I can take it for you. Like I can sell you a bag of apples for $10, but I can't run down to the farmer's market and buy a bushel of apples for $5 because you don't want my cash.
Yeah. I have a feeling though that even though the banks collapse and everything, people want to have some sort of structure for bartering with, something to weigh things against. And I have a feeling that paper money may be worthless, but they'll be using it as a symbol for trading with, because they know that they can come back next week and trade for more, barter or buy something from someone else. And so I have a feeling that
it'll probably still be good for a while, but after a while, people that are taking the cash to give you a bag of apples, they're going to realize that nobody else wants the cash. So they don't want it anymore because it's of no value to them. They cannot resupply themselves. If they're the cash that you gave me, if I can't run and get more apples to freeze dry them, I don't want your money anymore because it's worthless to me.
Yeah. I think coinage will last a lot longer in value than paper.
Yeah, probably.
And I have a feeling someone will always, be thinking, all right, I will take care because I got an idea how that I'm going to use this, and there'll be people that are going to stock up on all the worthless paper money in case the system kicks back in again.
Yeah, but if it kicks back in, the value of that paper money probably won't be there.
Oh, either that or they'll have so much of it, they'll be doing pretty good. But I have a feeling it may become, quote, worthless, but people they'll need an anchor, and that'll be an anchor for trading stuff.
It'd be a short-term anchor, I think.
I would give it a few years before until something else comes along, until people are say, okay, yeah, we're going to go strictly coinage only. So
then price gouging sets in. Oh, you want that bag of apples? $9,000. Here's the thing: Gil didn't go work for that $9,000. The two stores down the road that got looted, he got into the safe, and now he's just got piles of cash.
No. The Federal Reserve down the road.
Yeah, they dumped it all in the dumpster.
Yeah. What coins fit inside my muzzle or your cannon? Your little deck cannon. Grape shot or coin shot.
I think the penny is a little smaller in diameter than a 12 gauge. So you could reload with a stack of pennies in there.
Ooh.
Well, if you load your muscle loader or blunderbuss with coins, you can say to the guy, hey, you want pay? Sure. Pull the trigger.
Here's $5 worth.
All right, Mark. You got like 20 pennies in a 12 gauge shotgun. And you
right.
Grip. Have you ever flicked pennies and hear the sound of them going whizzing through the air?
Oh yeah.
Now you got 20 of them suckers coming 20 times as fast at you.
Yeah. Some are flipping like a coin, others are rotating like a saw blade. Yeah.
Oh, the sound that it would make would be so terrifying.
I'm sure somebody did that. There's a guy on YouTube that he takes he has different shotguns and that, but people send him ammo to try. I forget the name of that one, but yeah, it's a cool channel. I'm sure somebody
Banana Ballistics, or is it
something like that. And but I'm sure somebody sent him a stack of coins and a shotgun shell. It has 0 aim capability, but that must make one hell of a noise when it comes out the barrel.
Oh yeah.
Well, it reminds
The
me
sound of
Resident
money
Evil.
version too.
It reminds me of Resident Evil.
Why did they do that in there?
Shotgun, 12-gauge shotgun shells and filled them with coins.
Oh, he did. Hey, when you're out of little lead BBs, whatever fits.
Oh, speaking of coinage and silver, here in the U.S., any coins other than pennies made before 1965, I'm not sure if in 1965 still has it or not, but at least 64 and earlier, but possibly 65 and earlier, are silver.
Yeah, if you can find them.
Doing the sandwiching crap and everything else.
Oh yeah, back about 8 years ago, once you see it on YouTube, it's too late. People were going to banks and say, "Hey, I need $1,000 worth of dimes in rolls," and they would take the dimes home, open every one up, go through every one of them, take out the silver ones, re-roll it, take it back to the bank, and get the silver ones out of it because they were worth more than 10 cents or a quarter, whatever they were finding.
Yeah.
And but that ended real quick because now, when the banks get coins in, or they get Brinks, stores deposit all their stuff. Brinks takes it down to the Brinks place. They run it through a machine. Their machine filters out the silver, the older coins. They keep those separate.
All right. Here's the interesting. Coinstar machines will do that. I was at Albertsons up the street from the house in California, and a couple came in that ran one of the laundromats. Came in and they're going through it, and everything hit the bottom tray. They pulled it out and put it in a coffee can. And once they had the coffee, had run all their other coins through and had the credit on there, they ran it through again just in case it was an error one. And the ones they had left and were all pre-1964 ones and stuff. And so they were like, okay, and they were taking those and selling those to collectors.
Yeah, or you take it home, put it in a bucket, and keep it there. My friend used to collect dimes. He's like, I only keep dimes. Anybody got any dimes? I give him a handful of coins, and then he'd go through it and look at them, hand it all back to me. I'm like, what are you looking for? He's like, pretty 64 dimes. He's like, because they were 70% silver.
Yep.
He had like a 5-gallon, water carboy almost full, just in old dimes. And then he got divorced and his wife took it. But anyway, that's another story. And she probably took it to the bank and dumped it in the Coinstar and just took the dollar bills and ran away because she didn't know anything about it. So,
yeah.
Yeah, wee pennies are definitely all copper. Yep. You can hear the difference too. You drop a wee penny on a granite countertop and you drop a new penny on it, you can hear the difference. Copper has a more distinct ring to it than the zinc does, and the garbage that's in the newer penny or whatever it was new pennies, they don't make them anymore. And they just sound total, but they weigh the same. That was the trick. They had to weigh the same and be the same size, which is why they could get away with zinc and copper have a really close atomic weight. So they could get away with that with, vending machines and quarters and stuff like that.
All right. All right, let's see here. All right. The U.S. lead pennies are actually zinc-coated steel pennies made in 1943 during World War II. So for the 1 year, they made lead pennies, which were actually steel coated with zinc.
That's because of the war effort, and they needed the copper, and they did it for 2 years, made it out of steel, and people used it anyway because it was just a penny, even though it was technically worth less than a penny when they made it. Copper was worth still less than a penny at the time. for its weight. Now it's too much. Now, if you had a, there were stories of guys that had pennies from grandma's house, like buckets and buckets and buckets. They'd been saving them forever. And they took it down, it had $1,000 worth of pennies. It was worth $2,800 on the scrap market. And you can scrap it. You can take pennies to the scrapyard. They'll take them. They may not scrap them. They may keep them, but you can get paid scrap weight for copper pennies if you really want to.
So, yeah, that's the thing I can see certain areas doing. Areas that, like a county or a city or whatever, if the banks all fail and things start really falling apart.
God, I had to reread Caitlin's thing. I have some of those steel penis. Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Come on, Caitlin, we got to get your typing skills a little better.
What's interesting is in the Constitution, and somewhere states are allowed to were allowed to strike their own or mint their own coins and print their own paper money, but out of exchange rates between states, the federal government kind of took it over, but legally states can still do that.
They did that in the 1800, early 1800s.
Yeah.
That's when even banks had their own currency.
Yeah. But yeah. So if the banks all fail, somebody somewhere is probably going to, you say, yeah, I got gold to back my money. We'll start printing or striking their own coins.
Right, and that's how it all started. It's like, okay, we're going to back the dollar with gold. And then all of a sudden they ran out of paper. It's like, well, we'll just print more and still back it with gold. And your percentage went down, and kind of where inflation just went then. Now it's not backed on anything but faith.
No, it's backed on the price of barrels of oil, but no wait, it's no longer doing that now.
No, it's not. Petrodollar is actually a myth, but anyway, that's another story.
Yeah.
But yeah, banks fail. There's a million plus things that can cascade after that, depending on how fast they come back, or if they don't come back, or whatever. But I mean, also everybody lives for the almighty dollar or pound or whatever currency you got.
I want the almighty steak.
Yeah, without it, everything comes to a standstill until people figure out what to do without it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's most people don't realize how fast it can go south after a period of time. It's not going to drop if banks. This bank failed, that bank. People aren't going to start rioting immediately because they believe the government's going to step in and fix things.
Right.
And they'll still keep working for weeks, months or so till finally things get so bad that Yeah. But yeah,
they're getting paid, but it's not going anywhere, and they have no access to it, and they can't afford to buy food. And it's like, why am I working for free if I'm not getting anything? I can't buy anything. I can't do anything. I'm just wasting my time going here to do this job, and I got nothing to show for it now.
Yeah. That's one of the things I've talked about several times is having a side hustle where you can, do separate things, like, do a side job or something besides your main one, where you can either take cash or you can do things in trade. Farmers market, raising food to sell at the farmers market, where it can easily turn into food to barter for other foods you don't have. Having options is important. Now, unfortunately, for Mike and the others in the UK, they're limited on land, unless they're a baron or an earl and they got all this acreage they can turn into a garden. But it's, you need to figure out ways where you can raise animals to eat, whether it's
Rabbits,
quail
chickens,
or chickens or rabbits or whatever, and raise food for them and for you.
You also have to know what to do with it. You can't just start a rabbit farm if you've never dispatched a rabbit and cleaned it to eat it. It's like, hey, I got rabbits for food. How do I make it food? Yeah, that's a problem. You need to know like somebody who was a chef and knows how to butcher things to get the meat out of it. Oh, look at that! There's fur. I can make gloves. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, and that is a different problem. My son-in-law got the neighbor to show him how to butcher the turkeys and how to butcher the rabbit and stuff, and he's had a couple on his own. That he was going to try to tan the hide. He didn't do his research on it for the rabbit hide. Man, it stunk over there for a while till my daughter finally grabbed that stuff and threw it out because it was so bad, stinking, the flies were everywhere.
Yeah. What did you do? Just stretch it out and let nature take its course?
I'm not sure what he was doing.
Yeah, well. Oh, so Mr. T and Dr. P, I think Guardian Prepper has a bug out boat.
Howie has a small one to bug out to his island.
He has a bug out island. Yeah.
Yeah. But he has a boat to get to the island.
With a cave. No, I know Guardian GP was talking about. He has a boat. He put a stove. I think that was him. It was one of them. One of the guys that comes on here sometimes.
This is strictly rumors. I haven't been able to verify it. But supposedly some rich celebrities and stuff have gone together and bought an old Liberty ship before they were all got scrapped. And somewhere that was around is a Liberty ship that's being outfitted.
Man, probably.
Heck, there's probably an old Russian diesel submarine that was bought on the market that's been refurbished.
Now Maduro was using that to run drugs, but we found it. Blew it up. Speaking of which, apparently he just landed in New York and is being walked in. They're probably going to keep him in the same prison in Brooklyn that Epstein was in. So he didn't hang himself. Just getting ahead of it.
But you've seen all these people talking about taking cargo containers and making a house out of one or two of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
A cargo ship full of empty containers has just become like a cruise ship that is incognito.
Sure. You just need the fuel to get you somewhere, unless you're just going to anchor it.
If it's your bug out boat and you're selling, 1, 2, or 4 cargo containers, as you buy a 1 unit, or you buy a 2 unit, or buy a 4 unit one. Yeah.
Everybody wants the penthouse suite. Nobody wants the basement.
Yeah. And Kaylin says there are missile silos that have been converted into bunker condos. I have seen those.
Oh yeah, yep. Those are a thing here in the States. If you can find, I mean, you're talking millions of dollars to buy it, but they're all filled in, and you got a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, a lot.
And
sorry, every time Kaylin types now, I'm looking at words, going, man, I can misconstrue that word real quick with the other one.
Yeah, I almost read that wrong.
Yes, we all read that wrong. Sorry,
I'm ignoring it. The thing with the missile silos, and a lot of people that were buying them are finding out, oh crap, every one of them has sump pumps to get the groundwater out.
Well, yeah, they have some like swimming pools where it fills up and they pump it out from there.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of water. There was one on YouTube not too long. It was like an hour long. The guy showed everything, and it was pretty cool. But it's not like, oh, I'm going to buy it and just slap up some sheetrock and drywall and move in. No,
it's money and work.
A lot of money and a lot of labor. And you're out in the middle of nowhere usually, so it's not like the local contractors are nearby to help you out.
Yeah.
You probably need to reinforce those too.
No,
No.
no.
Not when they're like 6 feet of
Okay.
concrete. Yeah.
Yeah, you got massive walls of concrete surrounding it. What they do is once they get it, they pump it dry. They install on the bottom floor other pumps and stuff like that, and above that they start putting in infrastructure like
Raised floors. Yeah.
septic treatment plant things and stuff to take all the biological waste, process it, treat it, whatever, and to separate the water from the liquid from it and everything else. Anyways, but you get up to about the 4th or 5th floor up is when they start building it, and all they need to do is they just they put a center structure up the very middle of it, like a 24 or 36-inch steel pipe, and that's half-inch thick pipe all the way up, and then they start running I-beams out and mounting it and anchoring it to the wall. You're drilling holes, putting anchors in there like spokes of a wheel, and then they go to the next one and the next one and the next one, and that's where the money comes in. That's where the money really builds up, is trying to build the levels in it.
Yeah, a lot of the actual silos themselves, like the whole complex is still there, but where the missile was, if it was a stand-up missile that was there standing up all the time, they fill those in with concrete and dirt and rubble.
The dirt and rubble, a lot if they were covered by the SALT II treaty.
Yeah.
If they were decommissioned before that, those just got sold off cheap.
Yeah.
And some people started buying them, and then all of a sudden the price quadrupled overnight.
Yeah, I always wanted a silo. I always told my wife, we win the lottery, we'll build a house on top of a missile silo base. We can live in the house up top, but I got we got our bunker underneath.
Well, that's a good idea if you have the money.
Yep. Only if I had that kind of money to burn. At least it's invested in something.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been great. It would have been great to hit that Powerball for $1.5 billion.
Yeah, that would have been. I thought about it after I bought my 4 tickets and realized that lotteries are made for people who are really bad at math.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, just don't try to bury a sea container in the ground because it'll collapse.
Yeah.
They don't work. They're not designed for that. They're designed for linear weight directly on top, not side load. They'll just crush in. There's ways to modify it, but by that point, you might as well call Hercules Bunkers and have them build you one.
Yeah. One of the things when I worked for Mountain Cascade Construction, we built a machine. They called it the California Soil Cement Machine, and we were making a slurry to go around the water pipe out in Modesto. And we're talking, this pipe was like 5 foot diameter, and it was sand. So we took the sand out, dug it up, piled it, ran the machine along behind where they're laying the pipe, mixed that sand into the mixer, added 3-sack mix of concrete, or just a Portland cement, mixed it up. And so it was like a mortar slurry coming out. And when sometimes the machine would have to adjust it, but one time it was up to 5-sack mix. Oh, that stuff came out, and I wasn't the one that made the tweak. It was the owner of the company making the tweak, and he got it at the 5-sack by mistake. That stuff stacked up, and in an hour was harder than a horse heart. And then it plopped on there like dog poop. Bloop, bloop, you just piled up. That would work great for going around a cargo container, because you just go up 18 inches at a time. You move around it. By the time you get back to the beginning, you can stack on top of it.
Yeah, well, you'd still have to worry about the pressure on the top pushing in, but support the inside. If you support the walls on the inside temporarily, put truss bars across to keep it from collapsing in. Yeah, I thought about that. You can do a little bit at a time. You can fill it up with a lot of rocks and stuff first.
Yeah,
which doesn't have a lot of side load pressure on it, mostly down load, and then soil the top, whatever.
Yeah. Bet you that guy in Arkansas thinks he.
Yeah, The guy that won. The one that the guy that won it. Yeah, it was a good $1 investment or $2 investment.
Yeah. The question is, how many tickets did he buy on that?
You know what?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't think he bought 1.5 billion tickets. Anything below that, he was ahead of the game.
No, it's $2 a ticket.
Okay, 750 million tickets. I don't think he bought 750 million tickets.
That's a lot of tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd and the problem is, if he had all that money in the bank and the bank collapsed,
gone.
Oh, that would hurt.
Oh, that would definitely hurt.
That's when my underground bunker.
My money's gone.
My underground bunker wouldn't have sheetrock for walls. It would have silver bars for walls, then painted.
Yeah.
Painted red so it looked like bricks.
That's right. Just like one of the old Mission Impossible movies. I know you remember. You don't remember Mission Impossible?
I know. Hogan's Heroes, where they took the Nazi bricks, painted them red, and made the steps in front of Klink's office.
Yep, same thing. The one Mission Impossible where they went up through the floor of this vault and melted the gold. It came down inside, and they got it down through a tube. I remember that one. And then they reformed it into bricks-looking things, and then they put it in the office next door and painted them red so it looked like bricks. And they came looking for the gold, but there's a wall of bricks. That was a long time ago. I have to find that one.
Yeah. They definitely need to get a financial advisor if you win that.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, problems with bank collapse. I'm not sure if there's anything else that I'm trying to scratch my brain here to think.
There's just so many little things that can cascade out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you keep yourself straight with, okay, I can shift my priorities for my survival or whatever, my family, seeing what's coming on, knowing it's coming, or understanding what just happened. That's 90% of your battle. Worrying about getting your money back, you know what? You can worry about it all day long. It's not going to solve anything. You're just going to lose sleep over it and not be able to eat or not have food. So,
yeah, the diversify where you have stuff and what you have it in. That's one of the things I'm trying to get my wife to doing it by accident is land investment.
Yeah, you touched on this a little earlier.
Yeah, but if you can't afford to invest in land yourself, there are companies out there that set up like a LLC where people can invest into it, and they own a portion of that land. And there's different ones that some of them they do. They actually purchase rental units, and so you have an income coming out of that. But if you, however much you put into it, you get a certain percentage. After a while, and if you take that money you're getting from profit on it, turn it back into buying more shares, you can use that to actually wind up buying a house.
So you want to be, you said be a slumlord then. Buy property, rent it, buy more property with that profit, rent it, and then buy yourself a mansion. And yeah, you're a slumlord.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Shadow. PAEMT he asked this earlier. I think we missed it. What's up with like silver and stuff in your country? Does anybody not freaking out, but anybody kind of looking a little more into it these days?
There are people who actually buy gold and silver, but it's mostly coins because they collect coins and they buy silver coins.
Do you have coin dealers and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you could probably go into do they sell 1 ounce round or whatever they call 1 ounce rounds? Not actually coins, but a round of silver, 999 silver for spot plus whatever percent.
You can here in Sweden you can buy a Canadian maple.
Right.
I believe it's $5. Silver, 99.999
Yep.
pure silver. And you can buy that one coin for around 500 or 600.
Yeah, I don't know what the exchange rate over here is. The same. A lot of the coins right now, it's kind of weird. You know, it used to be like a collectible coin, except for like Eagles and the Canadian maples, and some of the Krugerrand stuff like that, and the stuff from Australia.
Yeah.
But
and he asked if gold and silver is taxed here. I can tell you, yes, gold and silver are taxed in Sweden, but differently. Investment gold, high purity bars, coins is VAT exempt, while silver coins, bars is subject to the standard 25% VAT when you sell either at a profit, the gain is treated as capital income and taxed at 30% in Sweden, with no inheritance tax on precious metals.
That's complicated. That means they know you have it if you bought it, or you have to claim it when you buy it, and it's registered to you. So when you sell it, if you make a profit, they will collect their tax on your profit.
Yeah.
See, over here, exactly. I mean, I walk into a coin shop with $1,000 cash, and he'll hand me $1,000 whatever worth of silver bullion and just write it on a piece of paper. Say, here you go, have a nice day. I said, what's the paper for? He's like, so you can keep track of what you paid for it and you know where you stand on your investment. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Washington State just passed a state sales tax on buying precious metals. Why? Because they saw people buying it and we can make money. Just like buying ammo and stuff like that down in California.
Let's say if I would buy a silver coin
from buying it.
Yeah, well, there.
If I would buy, let's say, silver coins from US, and when I get it here, I have to pay tax on it.
Yeah, unless you hide it. But if they find it later and they know you didn't pay tax on it, then you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
Now, if someone gives you, a 1 ounce thing of gold, do you got to pay tax on it if it's a gift to you?
Good question.
You probably have to register it. So if you ever sell it, you have to pay like tax on your 100% of the profit, which is everything then.
Yeah.
I can check that out.
So basically, I can't put a silver round in the mail and send it to you without you getting in trouble. Actually, they'd probably steal it before it got to you. So.
Okay.
It says, yes, gifted gold coins are generally not taxed at the time of gifting, but the recipient will likely owe capital gains tax on any profit when they eventually sell them, as the IRS classifies them as collectibles, taxed up to 28% or ordinary income rates if held less than a year. The giver might face gift tax for large gifts, while the recipient's cost basis is the fair market value at the time of the gift.
Remind me not to move to Sweden. I'll go visit it, but I ain't moving there. That'd be a problem.
So that's why it's better to buy the silver coins that are already here in Sweden.
That's a
from a legit store that you should not buy from any store that sells silver coins, because that can be fake or something. You should buy from legit
legit dealers
stores,
that
gold and silver dealers.
Yep. Yeah. PAMT just brought up a point. Yeah, when I was buying my silver and stuff, I drive up to Pennsylvania because there's no sales tax. Maryland, sales tax. So I was buying it online for a while, sales tax, because I live in a state that's taxable. For a while, they didn't do it, and then all of a sudden they're taxing me. I'm like, why are you taxing me? They're like, because they just passed the law. It's if anything's shipped to a state that for tax that gets taxed, we have to charge you the tax and send the state their sales tax. I was like, that's crap. So I just started driving up to PA, which I don't know, kind of worked there, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You are most welcome. Yeah, I know it's crazy when it comes to taxation. Oh.
Yeah, it's probably the only other thing you think about. It's like, oh, I'm stacking silver and gold, and the banks collapse. I got silver and gold. Well, what can I trade it for to use in public? I'm stuck with barter at that point until a new system comes about.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. It's not like it's going to rot or expire. You know, like salt. You know, salt will expire after 2 million years. You have to throw it in the trash. So, yeah, I always have to bring that one up.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the series of books I was following, I noticed it in one, and then soon after that, two other authors incorporated into their series of books. Well, someone they were taking like they had the circles of gold or silver, or whatever, or the bars. They had a pair of tin snips. They cut off. Okay, that gives you this. We'll give you this much supplies for this much silver or this much gold. And so they're taking coins that are cutting pieces off, and then using pieces as change or whatever, different sizes, on a scale, and weigh it on the scale. All right, this is your change and stuff.
Wait, are you talking about coin clipping? You racist.
Yes. Well, I'm talking about. So after everything's collapsed, that's what they were using. They've taken, cut it a little bit off until down. The one guy had one that was down to about the size of a dime that used to be a big silver dollar or whatever.
Yep.
So, but people just say, all right, the guy behind the counter would clip a little off. Okay, I put it on the scale. Okay, that's worth such and such.
Yeah, didn't I think Texas and Florida, you can use silver as currency now. There's at least 2 states that went to that. You can actually use precious metals as a currency, and I don't know how they do it. Like you take an ounce to the grocery store, they have to take it. I guess they have to weigh it and figure out what the value is at that point, and then you can buy your groceries with that or something.
Yeah, I think is it real silver or is it silver jacketed?
No, that's where you need the electronic device to
scanner,
measure. And you can tell. I mean, I went to one of the coin shops and he had the machine that would test stuff, and he wouldn't buy anything unless everything ran to the tester. And he had some fake ones and that, and customers didn't know it. And he's like, it's fake. They're like, well, what's it worth? He's like, nothing. He's like, it's worth less than its metal weight because it's fake. So he'd keep it. And I'm like, yeah, let me see one. He had a piece of granite on his countertop, and you drop the fake silver, round, 1 ounce round on it, and you drop a real silver at 1 ounce round on it. Oh, the sound is absolutely different. I mean, if you can hear the difference in it, I mean, one makes more of a thud, and the other one makes a nice high end pitch ring. And there's devices you can use with a cell phone where it holds it between, holds a coin between 2 rubber bumper things and then pings it, and your phone can pick up the tone, the frequency of it, and to tell you pretty accurately if it's silver or not.
All right, Mark, here's your information. Several states, including Utah, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Arizona, West Virginia, Mississippi, Arkansas, Wyoming, Tennessee, Idaho, and Florida, have passed laws recognizing U.S. Minted gold and silver coins as legal tender for transactions.
Oh, I got Texas and Florida. I just didn't know about the rest.
Often removing sales tax or capital gain tax on them. So they pull.
Yeah. How do you spend it, though? That's the thing.
Yeah.
And there's fake eagles out there and fake liberties there's a lot of fake ones out there too. So they just got to know how to tell the difference. Because as soon as they said that, people are probably they're buying as much fake crap as they can find so they can spend it as if it's a, Silver Eagle or whatever.
Okay. Florida recently enacted legislation to make them fully official payment methods by July 2026. Others like Utah 2011, Louisiana 2013 were early adopters and allowed optional use for debts and payments.
Huh. I guess they went by whatever the value, the going rate was on the coin, not just face value $5. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, each state has a little bit different twist on it, but I'm just looking at the. I did a Google search and looking at the AI here on it. Oh, Texas established them as legal tender, adding safeguards against seizure. Oklahoma added exempt of state tax. Kansas passed the bill declaring them exempt from state tax. Florida removing sales tax. So if you buy with somebody, you're not going to get charged state tax because it's legal tender. It's like going to the bank and asking for a roll of quarters.
Yep. Here's a $10 bill. Give me a roll of quarters. Okay.
Yep.
As I said earlier, nickels are now worth more by weight than they are by face value. Not by much, because they're 70% copper and 30% nickel.
Yeah.
You just got to be able to separate it because it's an amalgam. They're mixed together. It's not layered. I looked into that the other night and did the math on paper. I was like, maybe I'll go to the bank. That's a lot of nickels, though, to get any kind of reasonable weight out of it, and then wait for someone to be able to take those and do something with it, with the copper that's in it. It's like, no.
Yeah, I still say we need to prep for this ahead of time, not trying to do recovery stuff, because it's a few years out. So you can do several things you can do to get prepared for bank failures. Yeah.
Hey, it's good to see you, man.
Plant a garden, learn how to can food.
Hey, Grumpy Adventures, good to see you.
And you don't need 10 acres to plant a garden on. I mean,
no.
100 square feet. You can plant a garden if you have a condo or a townhouse that has that little mini backyard. If they'll let you, you can put little raised beds back there and still grow a fair amount of food.
Yeah,
just have to know how to rotate it and do your different time of year crops and things, and depends on the what zone you live in.
Yeah, and whether or not the someone else in the condo steals it.
Well, if you have some condos, you have your own little fenced-in backyard.
Okay, all right. So
some don't. Some have a common area. Yeah, you're not going to do it in the common area. Somebody's going to take your food. You might if you get everybody on board.
Yeah, everybody gets on board. Everybody gets a thing blocked out. Teach them all how to do the square foot gardening.
Yep.
Kaylin says, just looked up Iowa's law. Silver and gold coins can be used to pay, but stores can choose to or not
accept them.
Accept them. Purchase of them in Iowa is not taxed.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, if they revalue it, that's going to be interesting. I talked about that earlier. Yeah, if they revalue what's sitting in Fort Knox from its current state, I think it's like in the $30 or $40 an ounce of gold. If they revalue at the current values, yeah, they can literally base the US currency 30% of it on gold, and we'd be almost back to normal. We just need to get rid of the Federal Reserve, which hopefully that's a goal.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Other mediation you can do beforehand. Learn more skills. Learn skills that you can barter with.
Welcome back, Bob.
Yep. It is Bob. I didn't see him here earlier. Hey, Bob.
Oh, let's see. Plumbing, carpentry work,
Welding
work, being a tailor or a seamstress,
mechanic.
learning how to weave clothing, spin yarn.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second. I got to run downstairs and get some dog food.
Oh, I almost came out with a smart aleck remark.
Yeah.
Quit stealing the dog's food.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Mark eat the dog food instead of give it to his dog.
Oh, I see what Ferocious. I was saying there. If they took the market value and dropped it down to the international value, I guess value they do.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, guys. What's up?
Oh, we're trying to figure out of other ways to mitigate our situations if all the banks collapse.
Oh, my parents lived through that in the 1920s.
Yeah. So did my mom.
And you also got to be willing to move. Plain and simple, you've got to be able to get out if you have to. Leave that all behind and go someplace where you can find some kind of work and that's what my parents had to do, was just leave. You have to.
You have no other choice.
We don't have any choice. Mm-hmm.
I like Grampy Adventures. Skills are essential.
Along of the young ones are lacking in this area.
Oh yeah. Probably a skill that would become essential is small engine repair. Like mowers, chainsaws, rotor tiller, stuff like that, and how to make fuel, biofuel, not just biodiesel, gasoline, alcohol fuel for those motors. Because in the land of no gasoline, the man that can make fuel and run his rotor tiller to turn his garden over is going to be king of food.
Yeah.
Because he'll be able to make 10, 20 times as much food as anybody else.
Yeah, but you're going to need to know how to modify the engine to handle the different octane ratings.
Exactly.
You can't just dump alcohol in a gasoline motor and expect it to run. It won't.
Yeah, you got to know timing and stuff. You know how to blend fuels and stuff.
Timing, venturies. You got orifices, all kinds of things in the carburetor.
Yeah.
My
dad tried that with this. He had his own still, and it never really worked out. He could get it mixed partially with gasoline to get an engine to run for a while, but yeah. Well, he didn't have a machine shop where he could accurate increase the holes of size of holes and things like that. But he tried,
My cousin took his '63 Nova and turned it into an alcohol burner, but had shops do it. The guys do the engine, blueprint it, do all the tweaking they had to do to the engine. Then you had guys do the carburetor work, either do something to it, whatever. But yeah, that thing was a scream. That thing was a screamer till he pushed it one time and twisted the frame on the car.
Short-term screamers. So alcohol engines, if you look into it, the drag cars that run on nothing but alcohol, all the cooling jackets are filled with concrete, because when alcohol burns and it exhausts, it gets exceptionally cold.
Yeah.
And you freeze the engine. They actually have to idle the engine for a short time to get it really hot. So by the time they get to the end of the quarter mile, the engine doesn't literally freeze solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll seize up because of cold, not heat. Which is it just makes you think like, what? It's burning. It should be hot. No, not really. Physics are messed up on that one.
Yeah, alcohol burns weird, anyways. Yeah, but yeah. So different ways of doing things. You got different skills you can learn to make yourself valuable after the banks all fail.
I don't think I'm going to be spending a lot of time trying to make somebody's car run or an engine run it off the get-go. Maybe 5-8 years down the road, if it's still a viable thing that, okay, we have lots of equipment, I could do more things if I could make an engine run. But by then, you'll probably figured out that I got a horse and some leather straps and ropes.
There you go.
Yeah,
there it is.
I'm not going to waste my time and finding a machine shop to power that up, to drill out a carburetor Venturi jet, to make it run, to make gas. No, not going to waste my time.
Well, you should have been here last night, Mark. Horses, yay or nay, and that's
I was talking to my buddy. I saw it pop up. I'm like, yeah, nay.
But yeah, if the banks totally fail and stuff, and like you were saying, Mark, also it's just going to domino through the system, where people are going to be walking off their jobs because they need to make food some way. They make some money other than get barter, whatever. They're not going to be working there, not getting paid. They're going to need to do something. The collapse coming. The guy with horses and stuff. It's going to be the one that has a chance to become the billionaire later on.
Well, at least survive better than everybody else, not necessarily a billionaire.
Yeah. Well, the one that has the horses and can grow food.
Oh yeah.
Suddenly, is the one that's going to be making money where no one else is. Whether it's by bartering stuff. Fine, you go find me some solar panels, and I'll give you so much food. Go find me this, I'll give you so much food. You go find me that, I'll give you so much food.
The way my parents and grandparents had to live after the collapse was you're going to have to work for your food, period. And it's not going to be any machinist or welding or anything like that. You know what they did was they had to split firewood, dig ditches, grunt work that the farmers or the landowner didn't want to do, period. And you take that or you go hungry.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. And it'll be back the same way if our banks close. But it was not nice times.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to go through that.
Yeah. My grandfather, my dad's dad, inherited the farm down there in Riverside County, and they had a 80 mule team combine of about 40 people on top. I got photos of it, that black and white photos they took out there, and that's how they worked the farm out there. The mules were pulling it. They would do the do the bottom plows, and they disc it, and then they seed it, and they come through with this monstrosity and just harvest all this wheat. And it was just like, wow, horsepower.
Yeah, that's what my grandfather.
Mule power.
That's what my grandfather had to do for. Well, basically, what happened with my dad's family, they were living on his okay. My grandmother had a homestead in Montana, and they had to move in with her parents. And my grandpa had 3 sons, and then it was time to go. It's time to go. We need our own place. We're leaving, and they had a single horse-drawn wagon, one single horse, and another family went with them in 1920. That was before the collapse. Okay, this was they made their way from Montana out here to Washington State, and they had to work their way all the way across. And it took them 2 years to go from town to town, picking up whatever work they could get. And I guess my grandma's dad would send them bags of 50 or 100 pounds of dried corn, dried beans through the mail service. And that's what kept them sustained until they could get to the next town. But life was really violent back then because my dad was always the new kid in town, and it was a fist fight. That's how it was back in those times. Might made right. There would always be the school bully that'd want to pick on him and his brothers, and it was a fist fight. That's the only way you settled matters back then. No lawyers, no cops. You did it with your fists. And took them 2 years to move out here to the Puget Sound area, and they got here in like 1922. And they were finding work. Things were going pretty well for them. My grandpa had $200 US in the bank, and he couldn't get to the bank before it closed, and he lost everything. Now he's got a wife and 3 kids to feed. Now he's got to trade labor for whatever he can.
Yeah.
It was sucky times, man. My folks would talk about it, and they were not good memories. They were not good memories. You couldn't afford a toothbrush. You couldn't afford toothpaste. You couldn't afford deodorant. You'd wash your clothes if you had soap. If you could make your own soap. That's a skill right there that you need to learn. Make your own soap, because everybody's going to need hygiene. So, yeah, I remember just listening to them, and those were bad memories for that whole family and the McDonald's and all of them that they knew. Very bad memories. What do? You come home, okay, I couldn't get to my bank and get my $200, and then he went back to work, and a short while after that, he's laid off because nobody's got any money. That's when they had to they took a Model T Ford car and they made it into a flatbed truck, and they'd have to go off in the woods, him and his sons, and cut and split firewood and sell firewood to the local farmers for their hothouse rhubarb sheds. Sucky times, man. It was sucky times.
Yeah, that's the stuff we don't learn about now anymore. Nobody wants to talk about it, so it's not in the history books except, it was tough times, and you got the pictures of, kids selling apples out of a box on the side of a road for a penny. It's like that's all we ever saw.
Yeah,
and you saw the bankers and throwing paper everywhere at the stock market exchange. And then that literally you don't see much except for what they want you to see, but you don't know the actual stories of what happened when the banks collapsed. Mm-hmm. It was ugly. I mean, how many hundreds of thousands of people starved to death and died?
Yeah, and a lot of murders because, for example, was my grandfather was outside and he heard something noise inside the house, and some dude broke into the house and he was going through their kitchen cupboards looking for food. And my grandfather had to put a 45, an old Colt revolver, 45 in his back and run him out of there. So, things like that. The mass media doesn't tell you.
Nope, never.
We'll all come together as a community.
Yeah,
whatever. All be great and kumbaya. It wasn't like that, dude. It was not like that. People killed each other over food,
I think New York City is going to be first to experience some of that here in about a year with their new communist mayor, who said flat out he's a communist, and he swears allegiance to the U.S. government on a Quran. Hello.
Yeah.
Nothing against it, but that's not what this country's built on.
Yeah, I get you. I hear you.
Yeah. My grandmother, so my mother was born in 22. My aunt was born in 26. She got divorced in 20. And then 29 was the stock market collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, my grandmother had a good job, accounting job for a good company that didn't go bankrupt, and she was able to do that. But she wound up working longer hours, and so my mom was in charge of taking care of my aunt during the daytime until my grandmother could get home to make dinner. And then when they were going to school, she had to get her younger sister dressed, my aunt all dressed up to go to kindergarten, get herself off to school because she was starting like at 6 o'clock in the morning working. And so it was one of those things that, but she said, she had her job. She didn't lose her job because she was too valuable to that company. But a lot of people did lose their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
My dad, born in 1930, right? Was conceived just prior to the collapse. They didn't lose anything there. They owned the Baggins Hotel down in Indio. His step grandfather on the one side was the town marshal. There was they still had the family farm out there, and they had the gas station next to the hotel. So my dad, by the time he was 8, he was running the gas station, to help keep everything afloat. And until the war kicked off, it was tough for a lot of people.
It was, yeah. One thing, skills to be learned, hunting and fishing, especially fishing. That's what there were 3 boys in my dad's family, and all 3 boys who were able to would go out fishing after dinner, just like he did that with me. After dinner, you go to the river and you go fish, because you don't always come home with food, but you've got a chance of bringing home food, because it was times were tough, man. What's up, Blue? Blue.
What's up, Blue?
What up, Bob? Haven't seen you in a minute.
No, I've been around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Mhm.
Never met you.
What's up, Bill? Scout?
Well,
Shadow?
Are you still out here in Washington, or did you guys move?
I'm in Washington.
Still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The staff sergeant was here for 2 weeks. She went back yesterday back to California. Got hired for a different company, making a bit more. So her accounting skills are coming.
Now she doesn't want to move at all. She better move.
Oh no! When she was up here, she was like, "Yeah, she's looking forward to getting this. As soon as this house is paid for, like the other 2 are, we're thinking about selling the one in California or just renting it out and living off the rental income."
Until Newsom taxes that to death and you can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Fortunately, Newsom will be out his next term.
Oh yeah, he's running for president. Don't worry about it.
What?
Oh, I'm sure to vote for him.
Yeah. There's a whole group of them running. I think Kamala wants to run again too, because yeah,
Well,
the money's-
Blue, the last year was a shitty year, and the second half of the year before that was also shitty year. So, 2024, July 21st, my dad passed away.
Oh,
And my mom passed away March 28th last year. So my stress level has been up on the Pluto.
Yeah.
Me and my brother worked our butts off with this stupid bureaucracy.
Yeah.
So that kept me busy.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not a fun time.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
So
pretty
far,
sad.
my New Year's has been okay. So
Yeah, 3 days in, and so far so good.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Only 362 to go, or 3.
Nah.
I don't know. Is this a leap year? Who knows?
Yeah.
Anyways, let's see. Yeah, skill. What other? I mean, I know we're running out of time here. Just saw the clock here. Yeah, having secondary skills to survive and to make money in a different way, or make barter credit in a different way, is going to be essential if the banks all collapse. And you got to get that skill now. It's a new year, and I don't have to dig a 6-foot deep hole yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
I just keep digging the previous year's hole deeper and deeper. That's all.
Yeah, picking berries, working on local farms. You're gonna have to take whatever work you can get, period. Or else you don't eat,
That was also part of the time for my dad said when he worked on a date farm one summer, he stopped eating dates after that, after he saw harvesting the dates and was doing the sulfur on them to get all the worms out of the dates.
Lovely.
Yes. He goes, nope, I will never eat dates again.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, after he told my mom that, she stopped eating dates for a while.
I stopped working on a date farm because I got sick of going on dates. Got married instead.
Freaking trash panda.
Are you going to put another airstrike on this raccoon?
I'm under constant surveillance from this cocksucker. He's just waiting for the right moment to launch.
I was pondering this morning whether I should send in the Delta Force and have you captured. And
now, fortunately for me, they were busy.
Yeah, I know they're over in South America.
Yeah. As soon as I heard they were in South America doing that, I breathed a sigh of relief and go, okay, that gives me another week or so for them to regroup to hide.
Unfortunately, I'm going to call in the Air Force and just drop a freaking cluster bomb right on your ass and put you down forever. Yeah, I heard about that this morning a little bit. Wow, holy shit!
They just landed him in New York. I'm watching that on TV. It's on TV's going on the side, and he just landed in New York to, they'll, like I said earlier, they'll put him in the same jail that Epstein was in. Don't worry, he didn't hang himself.
Ooh, harsh words.
So what do you do, Blue? Do you have a channel?
I kind of have a channel. I really just go live on other people's shit. I like to smoke weed on the internet.
Oh, there you go.
That's
you can't get arrested in another state when you're not in their state.
Right. Yeah, I'm in Washington. It's all legal here.
Yeah, Yeah, you can have it all for recreational use and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I freeze dry food for recreation.
Yeah, weed is illegal here.
Dang.
I make fertilizer for recreation. It's combo fertilizer, potting soil, everything all in one.
Gotcha. Yeah, I used to have a homesteading channel, but my son got diagnosed with a terminal disorder, and we sold the farm. We moved to Arizona. I was his paid parent provider. I cared for him, and then I ended up leaving my family because my ex was just crazy. And I moved back to Washington, and then I got divorced, and now I'm here.
Well, if your husband is a crazy one, it's better to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been with my little missus for 20 years. I'm hanging out with that woman for the rest of my life. I hope.
That's good, Bob.
Mhm.
Yeah, you've always been happy.
I know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even when he's miserable, he's happy because he just thinks he's
Yeah.
shooting raccoons. That's all.
That's fucking right. I'll tell you guys, I got all those little solar lights. I got some more of them. Put them up along the top of my fence because I put water out for the raccoons. I think they're pretty cool. But one day I put up about a half a dozen solar lights along the top of my back fence. And I was laughing my ass off because this raccoon was going along and he would move and tick, the light would come on and he'd freeze. Oh shit. I'm in the light. Uh-oh. And the light would go off and then he'd move and he'd go, tick, another light would come on. Oh shit. You're good, man. You didn't no harm. Just I was standing there at the sliding door, just laughing my ass off at him.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Yeah. Alrighty. So how much longer are we going to go, Shadow?
No,
Not much longer, actually. I'm a little bit overtime. So I think it's time to wrap things up, guys.
Okay.
Come on, Shadow. Your wife's not home. You've been partying every night. We know it.
Yeah.
Well, this year I've been married for 26 years.
Sweet.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yeah, January 8th.
Man, I've been married than all of you. Longer. I'll be married 36 years in June this year.
That's awesome.
38.
At this point, it's too expensive to do anything else. It's
Wow.
Yeah.
We're just going to stay married.
Divorce.
No,
Oh my God. That whole divorce stuff was the ugliest part of my life. I don't ever want to repeat that, Yeah, but anyway, Shadow, you ain't been hanging out at the booby bar while your wife is gone?
Nope.
What the hell? What am I going to do with you, man?
that's because all her friends worked there and they'd rat him out. somebody rat you out.
Thank you, Kaylin.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to bail. I got stuff to do before the wife gets home. You guys all have a good night. I'll see you next week.
All right. Peace
Yeah,
out.
I'll see you next week.
Later, Mark.
All right. Nice meeting you, Blue.
Nice to meet you.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
I'm
we'll
going-
wrap things up now.
I'm going live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific. Blue, you're welcome to come up on the panel if you like.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's usually Mark and Shadow and whoever wants to drop in.
Yeah.
Pretty informal.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sweet.
Yeah, Bob's live streams are usually fun.
Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah. I've got a pretty twisted sense of humor, but I'm happy.
Yeah, I have a quite twisted humor myself, so or bizarre. It depends on who you're asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if somebody doesn't like me, they can go over there and stay over there. Go on. I'm not going to change for you. I am me. Yeah.
Bob needs a fuck off tattoo on the back of his shoulder like I do.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, or big sign. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
I got scolded on one panel. Bob, aren't you that guy who told somebody on your panel to, shut the fuck up? And I said, yeah, I am that guy. Because if you're running your mouth and da 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 da, I'm going to tell you straight out, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That's just how I am, man.
That's nuts.
No, but can't you give them snuggles and hugs
No.
and be kissy? No, man. Anyway, all right. I want to bounce out of here, guys. Thanks for having me up.
See you later,
It's
Bob.
always a pleasure.
Take care.
Yeah, just pray that the banks don't fold up. Just pray for that. It's not good. Yeah, my parents told me all about it. It was not good. All right. Peace out.
Peace
Take care.
out. Well, okay,
I'm gonna
guys.
go. Thanks for having me up.
My pleasure.
Here, Blue.
Okay, Gil. Time to wrap things up so you get time to prepare your stream.
Yeah. Yeah, so I start in an hour and 45 minutes. So yeah, tonight's live is after the nuclear power plant explodes, what are your plans? And in researching it, I found out there have been several that pew. So
yeah.
All right. Take care and see you later.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel. Be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless, guys.